A very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Aaron Samuel Matthew with my co-host.
A very good morning once again. I'm Loses Parker.
We are your hosts for this day. It's an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the international conference titled as New Opportunities and Challenges in Augmented Intelligence and IoT. Today, we are going to talk and discuss about the identification of business opportunity and emerging trends in the global market. Apply the knowledge of artificial intelligence and smart technology with data science to create an industrial project and to apply contemporary knowledge in the field of AI, IoT, deep learning, and machine learning to find and create research opportunities for upcoming IT graduates. I warmly welcome the galaxy of intellects, excellencies, and our esteemed keynote speaker and my dear friends. I'm sure that this program would bring you fresh insights and new experience. Music expresses that which cannot be put into words and that which cannot remain silent by Victor Hugo. Let's all stand up in our places for our Kodaikanal Christian College anthem.
Prayer is the rising of one's mind and heart to God, or the requesting of good things from God, by Saint John Damascene. Before we move ahead, let us all give thanks to the Lord Almighty who made this event possible. I request our chaplain, Jason Caleb, to lead us in prayer, followed by the choir for the special song.
Good morning. Let's all close our eyes for a word of prayer. Father, we just want to thank you for this wonderful day which you have given us, Lord. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your grace, Lord. We just want to thank you for this wonderful event, for the international conference, Lord. We just want to thank you for everyone who has put in their efforts to make this, Lord. Father, we pray that you will bless this conference. We pray that, Lord, that you would teach us, whatever the speaker is teaching us, Lord, that you would help us to learn. And Lord, let it be a blessed session, Lord. Into your hands we commit the whole conference. You lead us and guide us. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, choir, for that mesmerizing our minds with that melodious song.
Every building is built on a firm foundation, and the whole building depends on the foundation. And a great foundation make up a great building. Now, I welcome our beloved chairman, Dr. Sam Abraham, principal of Kodaikanal Christian College, the foundation and the founder of the college, to inaugurate this conference and introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning again. Amazing grace, unending love. What words? Annual conference of the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology of Kodaikanal Christian College, September 23rd, 2021. I thank God for this abundance of grace that we are all alive and we are here and His presence is here. I welcome God for His grace and mercy. When people ask me, how are you? And I always answered, I'm doing great by God's grace. Now there is another word added to it. I'm doing great purely by God's grace. Yes, it is His grace and abundant love or unending love, unchanging love that has kept us this far. Respected Mr. Michael, the chief guest of the day, Mr. Ishwaralingam, guest of honor, both the keynote speakers, panel members, Vice Principal Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, Provost Professor Emmanuel Babu, Associate Provost Dr. A.B. Thomas, heads in charge of departments and faculty members, non-teaching staff, my beloved students of KCC, delegates, paper presenters, participants of students of various colleges and universities, corporate and industrial experts, who are online connected with us through Zoom, Facebook, YouTube Live. It is indeed my great honor to welcome one and all for the International Conference on New Opportunities and Challenges in the Augmented Intelligence and Internet of Things, IoT. Good morning to you all and welcome again. We are privileged to have Mr. Michael, Executive Director of Verizon New York, to join us as the keynote speaker for the morning session, and Mr. Ishwaralingam to join us for the afternoon session. Mr. Michael Raj is the Executive Director of Artificial Intelligence and Data at Verizon New York. He leads the artificial intelligence and data-related programs across Verizon's global network and technology and finance organizations. He leads the team in identifying key strategies to drive business transformation by leveraging data-driven capabilities and advanced analytics. In his previous role as Director of Business Intelligence at Verizon, Mr. Michael focused on Verizon's network capital investment, optimization, competitive intelligence, and leadership reporting. He led the team to create a data science model to drive Verizon's multi-billion-dollar capital investment in New York. Mr. Michael started his career as a consultant working in firms like EMC, Deloitte, and iGate. He joined Verizon in 2013 and has held roles with increasing responsibilities in technological organizations. Mr. Michael has an MBA from William & Mary, Virginia, USA, and a computer science engineering from SRM Engineering College, Chennai. Mr. Michael has a strong track record of successfully translating business requirements into strategic opportunities that have helped increase network capital investment, customer share, brand positioning, and operational efficiencies. He has an ability to lead cross-functional teams around common goals and coordinate projects across organizations to deliver results. Mr. Ishwaralingam also has a long achievement list of things. Mr. Ishwaralingam is from Bangalore. He's BE Electrical Electronic Engineering, MBA Sales and Marketing, IT in Enterprise Resource Planning and System Applications and Products, Data Processing Global Delivery Manager. A dedicated and passionate SAP practice manager with expertise in technical leadership, strategic concepts of application, process and development and implementation. Performance management expert in Center of Excellence, Model Escalation Management, Innovation Control Center, Application Operation Control, Client-Facing, Delivery, Safeguard, the customers' projects and systems in life science, pharma, retail, automobiles, bank, oil and gas, electrical. Any area he has missed out? I don't know. He had experience in Bajaj Electrical Limited as sales manager from 2000 to 2004. 2004 to 8, SAP consultant for various solutions involved in solving in Tata Technology and Crompton Greaves. Request for proposal and request for quotation work that he has taken up as IT leaders. He has done RDS development manager for SAP products and pilot implementation, bank office managing for SAP global support, project solution escalation manager, North American region. He upgraded the banking service, ERP, event management, CRM, which is customer relations management, and business warehousing made successfully. He was in the logistic also earlier, presently working in Merck India Limited since 2017 as IT, SAP, Global Delivery Manager, Life Science. His main task and responsibilities include global implementation of ERP upgrade for 67 countries. S4HANA 1709 implementation completed. Design and implement infra service portfolio management. Managing global team. Set up Bangalore IT Development Center. Students all across online and here present, I would like you to get to know these keynote speakers. Get in touch with them. Talk to them on what area you can. I hope both the guests will honor that, and it is my honor and privilege to welcome you both. I wish you were here. This would have been handed over to you as a token of appreciation for each one of you. We are privileged to have Mr. Michael to be presenting today morning session in the conference and blessing the conference. Warm welcome to you, sir. From all of us from this end of the world, we are indeed grateful for taking the time to deliver the address past midnight for you, if I guess right, across the globe. Our sincere gratitude to you, sir. And Mr. Ishwaralingam also, I welcome you for the afternoon session. If I'm right, is it afternoon session? Okay. Lately, I've been stressing that technology has become the foundation for anyone to be qualified as educated. At the rate things are going, one will be treated as illiterate if he or she is not tech savvy. Earlier, when we traveled, we have helped people to fill up their immigration forms because they could not read or write, so they needed help. Nowadays, when we go, we are at the kiosk where you need to get your own boarding pass. So you need to use the kiosk to give the information so that you can get your boarding pass. That's where the help is needed. The technology has come that far. Uber Chayan, Ola Chichi. That's how I address them too. Driving has become secondary. One gadget in their hand and use of the app has become the livelihood of just that one technology has become their livelihood. Whether you go to Delhi, whether you go to Patna, you go anywhere. People who can't even speak anything, they have no idea of the direction. There is no intelligence of their brain used from one place to the other to reach. It's very common sense for us to now understand. It is that gadget which is taking them from where they have to start, where they have. The technology has taken over lifestyle so much. Whether it is Zomato or Swiggy, it's technology, it's one app, one gadget. Government has come so far that you can sit at home and get all your certificates online. Technology has taken over our lives. All our gadgets have become part of our body now. Yesterday we had a very informative conference, Banking Landscape in the Current Century and FinTech Revolution. The closing remark, one question was asked. If you say that 30% or 40% banks are going to be closed, branches, sorry. And then what will be the job opportunities? He said, get to learn technology if you want a career in the banking operation. That's how important in all areas, whether you are a teaching community, whether anyone, you need the base as technology. I think the technology department, the computer science department should put your collar up. You are very important now. Even I close my word saying that you need technology to go through the fintech revolution that they are talking about. So I asked everyone to join for today's conference. Big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, blockchain. These are terminologies we are going to hear today, which we have already started at the opening of the MCs. It's not going to be only for computer science students. Even others must get familiar to these terminologies, because these are the process that's going to take place to go through the revolution that we are talking about, whether it is in the financial area or anyone, any area. Day-to-day life, regular, common living style. It's going to be completely technology-based. So you better understand, because a farmer now takes the harvest waiting for his SMS to come based on the price line. The farmer from home is able to switch on his motor for pumping of water. That's how the technology has improved. My daughter, on her way out from home to go back to Bangalore, when she gets closer to Bangalore, she calls Alexa to turn on the geyser. Alexa to turn on the air conditioning. That's the lifestyle we are going to be. So get ready for it. Get ready for it. So everyone must get familiar so that we will go through it. I would press on the youngsters today. Get familiar to these areas, so for sure you're going to be facing new opportunities that we are talking about today. And also to get ready for challenges. We are talking about challenges. Get ready for challenges, tackle them and overcome them. For that you need today. Today's learning you need. Yesterday I saw a message of the Nigerian KCCN who writes he was questioning why he had to go through certificate and diploma courses while he was here in KCC, when he has come to do his degree, which is completely that he wanted to focus. He felt that the other ones, especially the technological ones, are distracting. For example, the 5G you are going through is all a distraction. Some of you sitting here may think this is a waste of time for me. But he says that now as a teacher, everything he learned has is put to practice, which has earned him to be the favorite teacher. He's able to multitask because of the exposure he had with technology, leadership, and the out-of-the-box thinking. Today's conference is one of those. I want all of you to take advantage of this morning. The experts are going to come and give you some knowledge and understanding that it's going to change the course of your life. Once again, I welcome you all. All things work together for good to them that love God is the verse that KCC stands on. Even COVID-19 has done good to us in so many ways. Even though this was possible, that someone sitting in New York will be addressing the audience in Abraham Hall, KCC, and many others from all parts of the country and abroad can join us. It has become a common feature because of the experience the whole world has gone through because of COVID-19. Again, thanks to technology. I'm sure today's conference is going to convince you that technology is the base to qualify you as educated. And more you advance in the field, in the technological field, you will go far. As we spoke about fintech revolution, the new opportunities, challenges, for sure, we are all going to face in the immediate future. All those who are online, I would request you to join us tomorrow for the conference by the Department of Social Work and Department of English, titled as International Conference on Human Rights, Fundamentals, and Indian Perspective. So you will be part of the taking the community, society forward. Be the voice or become the voice for the voiceless. Wishing you all a great day today. Someday you will turn around and say, it was the 23rd September 2021 conference which put me on track to reach my destiny. What I am today is because of the conference of 23rd September 2021. That's going to be your sentence in the days to come. I wish you a fantastic, purposeful learning day today. God bless you all. Welcome one and all. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to call upon the keynote speaker to enlighten us with his knowledge.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Sam Abraham, for that detailed introduction. I first wanted to check if you all can hear me. Good. Okay, perfect. First of all, this is a great opportunity. I appreciate you all giving me this opportunity. The one thing I can see is you're all dressed up. You're all looking great. I apologize for being in my t-shirt. As you said, it's past midnight here. So I wanted to take this opportunity to enlighten you on a few topics. What I wanted to do today was, I kept the topics quite broad so that the students can get a lot of insights on various topics related to this. So I wanted to start off with my background first, and then I wanted to go through some work that we did during COVID. Same time last year when COVID was at its peak, we definitely leveraged a lot of AI to drive some of our decisions. So I wanted to give some real life examples from that. And then, Dr. Sam, you spoke about 5G network. This is, definitely a big part in India where a lot of the companies are trying to move towards 5G. Obviously, as you can imagine, in the US, 5G is definitely a big deal as well. And our company is leading the effort in 5G. So I wanted to walk through some of the use cases related to 5G and how 5G can revolutionize the world. And then finally, I wanted to close with the power of AI. What can AI do, and how can AI enable each one of you to achieve your goals? With that, just a brief introduction. The reason I wanted to give this introduction is, a lot of you who are going through your studies, you probably may not have a clear view in terms of what you want to do 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I just wanted to put in terms of the journey that I took so that you could take from some of those examples and understand it in a better way. Before I go, I know I'm actually sharing my slides. I wanted to confirm if you could see my slides as well. Could someone confirm if you can see my slides? Because I see my video there. I just want to make sure if you can see my slides as well. Okay, I see they're changing it. Okay, I'm getting a confirmation from the online folks that they can see my slides. I believe it's probably just in the college that they may not be able to see it. Let me continue to go that way. I think if okay. Hopefully you can see this. So yes. So what I wanted to show here is the path. I finished my engineering degree in 2005. And then once out of the computer science engineering, I joined iGate Global Solutions in Bangalore. I worked there for about 3 years. I was very much focused on business intelligence, report development, a lot of things related to BI. And then I came to the US for my MBA. I did my MBA at William and Mary. William and Mary is in Virginia. It's actually about 250 to 300-year-old university. It's a really, really old university. I did my MBA there. Right after my MBA, around 2010, I joined Deloitte Consulting. Again, Deloitte is a big consulting firm. They're very big in India as well. At Deloitte, I continue to focus on business intelligence. And then I started my journey at Verizon. In 2013, I joined Verizon, and I started as an individual contributor. And since 2013 to 2020, I've continued to grow in responsibilities. And I was promoted as a senior manager, and then in 2017 promoted as a director, and last year I was promoted as an executive director. Overall, that's kind of my journey at Verizon. If you think about Verizon, Verizon is, you may think of it as a phone company, but what I would like to highlight is Verizon is a connectivity company. Think about, all of the US. We basically cover 99% plus of the US, and you can imagine the complexity of the network we have to build and the dollars that we need to spend. So I'm going to walk you through a background of what is Verizon, how big is Verizon, so that you can understand the power of AI in terms of how AI is leveraged at Verizon. I'm very excited to say, I'm able to influence and work for a Fortune 20 company. If you think about Verizon's, the magnitude of the volume that we're talking about, Verizon has over 120 million connections. I think Dr. Sam, you spoke about big data. You said big data is going to be one of the key aspects that every student has to think about. This is the reason for big data, right? If we are dealing with 120 million retail connections, if you want to analyze this data, if you want to get a better understanding, if you want to make business decisions out of this, you need to get better and familiar with big data. And that is the only way you can drive decisions using data when you are dealing with 120 million plus connections. When it comes to revenue, Verizon's revenue is about $128 billion a year. To put that into perspective, if you think about Verizon as a country, as an example, it would be ranked about 50th in the world if Verizon were a country. That is how big Verizon is. So the reason I'm pointing this out is even for a company as big as Verizon, the ability to be able to leverage AI and make the decisions is absolutely key to drive efficiency, to become better, to make sure that we can offer great customer service to our company. Verizon puts a lot of emphasis on our network. So I wanted to highlight this. If you think about the investment that we've made in our network, we've invested about $159 billion in our network over these years. So you can imagine the magnitude, right? This is $159 billion of investment. And there's a lot of AI that actually powers the investment in terms of where we need to invest. What sort of investment will give us the best customer experience? What is the return of investment as a result of making the investment? What is the competitive nature of our investment by investing in various parts of the country, right? So a lot of big dollar related projects, all powered through AI. The one other thing I wanted to highlight is, I don't know how many of you are familiar with fiber. At the end of the day, when we have a cell site, all of the cell sites have to be connected. to hubs. So fiber is basically the one that connects all of the cell sites. And I want to say, like, we've been able, Verizon has put as constructed over 1 million global miles of fiber. If just to put that into perspective, this fiber, the amount of fiber that Verizon has put together or has built is probably enough to wrap the earth around like 40 times, if you think about it. That is the magnitude of the fiber that we're building. The map that I showed earlier with coverage for the entire country, all of that connectivity has to be powered through the fiber. Every single cell site has to be connected. So this is definitely a big deal in terms of what we do and how we provide, the best customer service to our customers. What I wanted to shift to is, you all, I think we were all part of the impact related to COVID. When COVID happened, Verizon did a lot of changes to our network. We experienced a lot of changes. So I wanted to highlight some patterns there. I wanted to start off by showing when COVID-19 hit, what happened to the traffic. We analyzed a lot of that data. We used a lot of the big data techniques to analyze it. And then I'm going to talk to you about analysis of the mobility. And what I mean by that is when customers are moving from one location to another location, and as you know, when COVID-19 happened, a lot of the folks were at home. They were not traveling. Those colleges were shut down. Traffic on the roads were not there. So a lot of the mobile traffic patterns actually shifted. The patterns absolutely were completely different than what it was previously. So I'm going to highlight that. A lot of the app usage changed, like what is happening right now. I'm not sure if you all were using Zoom like 2 years back, about 18 months back. Now everyone is familiar with Zoom, right? Even a first standard kid is familiar to operate Zoom because all of their classes are happening on Zoom. So that is a big change that is actually being driven, and that is actually putting a lot of emphasis on the network connectivity. And finally, I also wanted to highlight how we are using all of this analysis to highlight retail traffic. So from a Verizon standpoint, over COVID, when COVID happened, I wanted to show you the magnitude of things that we saw. Like, this is just in the first 90 days of COVID, when US experienced COVID around March 2020. Just within the first 90 days, we experienced about like 10 trillion megabytes of data on our network, about 500 billion text messages, and then 58 billion phone calls. So you can imagine the reason I'm trying to show this is the volume, the magnitude of the data that we are dealing with. This is, as you spoke about Alexa and how your daughter is leveraging Alexa. Every time your daughter is having a conversation with Alexa, there is new data that is generated behind the scenes, new data that is being analyzed by AI. So that's why I'm trying to stress on this, like the volume of data is continuing to increase more and more. And then when you look at the bottom, what I wanted to highlight is the amount of video, the amount of media, the amount of streaming that is happening has grown like tremendously, right? Like what you can see there is just within those 90 days, we experienced over 87 million streams that happened on our network. Just 602 million users globally used some of these services. So when COVID happened, a lot of patterns changed. People's habits changed, right? Everyone who wakes up in the morning, who is traveling to the office, working there, or traveling to the college, coming back home at like 5 p.m., all of that changed. And if you think about it, where did that have the biggest impact? Your mobile network, the amount of data that we were getting, like all of that changed. So that's kind of the reason why I wanted to show this. And then the second thing that we noticed, and this is, we did like a lot of data analytics on this. what you see here is at the start of COVID, when US went into a lockdown around March of 2020, you can see what this is showing is mobility. And mobility is basically when people move across different locations, they are jumping from one cell site to another cell site. As you move, for example, from, let's say, Kodaikanal to Chennai, you are connecting to multiple cell sites along the way. That is mobility. So what you see here is at the start of COVID, you can see dark red, which means people were moving a lot. Well, as you see the dates changing here around April timeframe, you can see all of these becoming lighter red. What that basically showed is all of the mobility that happened stopped. Like, for example, our offices went from, us working in the office full time to kind of, working from home. And as you probably would have experienced, a lot of the college related activities were shut down as well, right? So the mobility aspect related to that was completely shut down. And that's what we were able to do. The reason I wanted to highlight this is, while this is a simple graphical interface, behind the scenes, we had to analyze a lot of this data to understand how mobility patterns are changing as a result of customers changing their usage patterns, right? So that's the key point that I wanted to highlight. When it comes to the use cases for this big data at Verizon, basically what we do is we look at traffic pattern shifts. We look at shift between our Zoom and educational platforms and media streams. We've also used a lot of the data sets to understand when COVID initially happened, which hospitals need more relief and network capacity, and how can we provide that relief to them so that emergency responders, ambulances can get good network as they are trying to save more and more lives, right? So that was key. So I wanted to highlight some of the results that we saw. Some of this will not be a big surprise. When COVID happened around April 2020, gaming usage jumped significantly, about 115% jump in gaming. Video, as you can see, there was a significant jump in video as well. Social media use, for some reason, it was flat. Obviously, a lot of the things that you are all using right now, like Zoom and WebEx, the collaboration tools had a significant jump because a lot of the folks who were not in the office, who were not in the schools, started using these collaboration platforms, and there was a significant jump in the collaboration platforms. We also noticed that the number of texts and calls increased, right? So, for example, think about someone going to office. Typically, you will just walk over to someone else's desk and talk. But now, as a result of this, you are basically giving them a call. Like every single office transfer to like calls, right? Multiple calls per day. So we noticed an increase in the call volumes, and that's kind of what you see in the bottom here, a 2x increase in call volumes. And also we saw that people were talking longer. That's basically what you see, like the call duration also increased. So while, again, the reason why this is very relevant for this audience is this is a very simplified version of the output. But behind the scenes, there is a lot of analysis that was done. And I wanted to stress on this to everyone. Like data analytics, while it's a complicated topic, the ability to tell a good story is really, really important. You can all be like smart data scientists and do a lot of algorithms. At the end of the day, you have to be able to tell a clear story with that data. And that's why I wanted to highlight this. In the US, Thanksgiving is a big deal. A lot of people spend more time with the family. I'm highlighting some of the metrics that we saw. We had about 400 million phone calls made on that day. We had significant increase in wireless usage. And then what we did was we took all of this data and we analyzed it for our retail. And think about retail as customers going to these stores and buying things, right? So what we were able to do is we were able to pull all of the data related to our mobility or cell phones, and then we combined it to look at what was the increase in online traffic. For example, we saw significant increase of about 500%, while Cyber Monday is basically online, like completely people going online and buying stuff. We saw a 200% increase in online. Mobile traffic, we were able to look at the mobile traffic around shopping malls across the US. As you can see, no surprise, right? People did not go to shopping malls because of the lockdown and the fear of COVID as well. So that was down 25%. Again, another way of being able to analyze that 100 million plus records that is happening behind the scenes, and you boil it down to very simple takeaways, right? That's the key for a strong data analysis. Then I want to shift the topic to 5G network. So Verizon has been investing very heavily in 5G, and I wanted to provide an overview of how 5G can revolutionize what we are all doing. So with 5G, we have, Verizon, our CEO calls it like 8 currencies, and that's basically what you see here. The speed and throughput is absolutely key. And as you can see here, we have an ability to reach up to 10 gigabits per second. So imagine like the speeds that you are on right now, and the ability to reach up to 10 gigabits per second on your phones. That is an unbelievable strength that 5G could enable. The second aspect that is key is the volume. So, today, for example, when you're streaming a video, sometimes you see you get the spinning wheel. In this case, with 5G, you can absolutely transfer a lot of data. HD is there. HD video has now moved to 4K video. 4K video has now moved to 8K video. That basically means a lot of video that gets transferred across devices. 5G provides that ability for us. There was a lot of talk about IoT in your conference, Internet connected devices, right? Internet of Things. IoT is going to be a very big deal because with 5G, you could literally have the entire mesh network connected through IoT devices, and that could enable us to provide a very connected environment. Think about it as an example, like cars that are driving on the road can automatically link with traffic lights, and cars can automatically understand if the traffic light is red even before the light turns red. That is what I mean by connectivity. Those are kind of the use cases that are possible with something such as 5G. I'm talking about the next one is energy efficiency. What I mean by that is, as you know, as the temperatures rise, there's a lot of climate crisis that everyone is talking about, and obviously you all being in Kodaikanal, you probably have a nice climate there with regard to the temperatures, but many other parts of the country are experiencing significantly increasing temperatures, hotter temperatures. Therefore, energy is becoming a key aspect of that, the amount of carbon we release. So 5G is highly efficient in terms of the energy consumptions because it is able to handle a lot more data, right? So that's key. The final aspect of 5G is latency. And what I mean by latency is, if you think about the 4G LTE connections that you all have today, if a doctor wants to perform a surgery remotely, it cannot happen because there is a lag between the doctor trying to do something and an actual action that is happening. 5G provides the ability to reduce that latency. It is very instant. If you think about watching cricket as an example, people who are at the stadium may notice that something happens in the stadium. It takes like a second or two for you to see that on your phone, right? There is that gap between what happens in the stadium and what you see on your phone, which comes as a telecast. 5G enables us to reduce that latency, and these things are very instant. So as latency reduces, new use cases evolve. So again, this is a thought of introducing 5G to all of you. This is, as you grow more, as you learn more in your college, as you graduate in the next 2 to 3 years, 5G is going to be the foundation for a lot of these things. A lot of new use cases will evolve. A lot of new job opportunities would also evolve through 5G. So I just want to make sure you are all embracing it and starting to learn more about 5G, which will ultimately set you up for great opportunities as you graduate. 5G in the US and at Verizon, we are using it. We are actually looking at multiple industry verticals, like retail is the big benefit because you understand your supply chain inventories, changes happening in the inventories. So that's becoming a key use case. Venues that you see, this is a huge deal. So because venues means, live sporting actions such as cricket or baseball. So you could think about having an ability to sit in the stadium, and through 5G, you can get multiple different perspectives. Like as an example, assume you're watching an IPL match. Imagine if you are in the stadium, you can wear your AR/VR, you can wear your goggles, and you can look at how does this look from like the umpire standpoint? How does this look from the batsman's perspective? How does this look from a bowler's perspective? You can instantly go back and forth if you are able to connect to 5G, because 5G is able to transmit all of that data and also in a very short time frame, right? That's why it is key. What you see in the bottom right is the drone delivery. Drone delivery requires instant connections. Drone delivery needs to understand if they are able to figure out the addresses properly. And because 5G has that capability of low latency, that is becoming a key use case. The final one I want to talk about is you may have read about connected cars. That's basically what you see in transportation. If you think about it, the car that is coming here could talk to the cars that are coming here. The cars that are here could talk to the traffic lights in the future. That way, the communication is enabled through all of these devices, and it is happening near real time. It is basically enabling us to create a very connected environment. Therefore, the number of accidents could be reduced. A lot more use cases can evolve, right? So again, this is where 5G is absolutely fundamental and is going to revolutionize. At Verizon, we are truly highlighting 5G as like the fourth industrial revolution that is happening right now. The next section I wanted to get into AI and the power of AI. At Verizon, we are leveraging AI for a number of use cases, and that's basically what you see here. We are leveraging AI for network planning use cases, thinking about how customers are experiencing our network. What is their experience at that point? How can we leverage AI to better understand that? I spoke a lot about energy. We are using it for energy optimization purposes. Predictive maintenance is a big use case. What I mean by that is, if we could better understand the various equipments that are deployed at multiple locations, if we could understand the life of the equipment, if we could understand how the equipment is performing, we could actually do predictive maintenance on it. Being able to predict when the machine will go down, we could actually take some proactive steps to better service the machine, right? So predictive maintenance is definitely a big part of AI. Customer experience is a key aspect. What I mean by that is, every single measure that we do, we want to focus on customer experience. Our customers getting a great experience for what they are expecting. So that is an absolutely important thing. Real-time marketing, what I mean by that is, because we are dealing with mobile phones, because we are dealing with customers going to different shops, making instant decisions, real-time marketing is key. Real-time marketing is basically leveraging AI to better understand what sort of ads do you want to deliver. If you think about your Gmail, Google, you would have seen, like, you search for something. After some time, you will constantly get ads on Facebook. You will constantly get ads on Gmail based on the items that you've searched. So there's a lot of analysis that goes behind the scenes there. Finally, competitive analysis is something that my team is starting to lead now. This is basically focused on what are our competitors doing? How are they expanding? What is it that we can do in terms of being able to make sure that we are competing with the right strategy in different markets? So competitive analysis is also a key part where AI can absolutely change how we look at the landscape. What I wanted to highlight is, from when you plan for AI implementation in the past, it was more artisanal. What I mean by that is every single team was doing their own AI, right? There are multiple pockets. But for all of us to truly leverage the power of AI, you need to industrialize it. If you think about industrialization, this is basically supply chain planning, everything falling in place, right? So industrialization of AI is absolutely key. And that's basically what I wanted to talk here. What is industrialization, right? If you think about libraries, I'm sure that you all have a good library. Imagine if you go to a library and if books are sorted like what you see on the left, you would spend probably hours if you're searching for a book, right? That is as simple as that. You would be spending hours and hours searching to get the books. But if you are walking into a library and let's say the library is organized and alphabetical order, arranged very neatly, you would probably be able to find the book that you're searching for in no time. That is the difference in terms of data industrialization. 70% of the time is actually spent in finding the right data sets. This is an industry fact. People spend a lot more time searching for the data than the time they spend in doing the analytical algorithms on it. So that is why industrialization is really, really key. How do we do it, right? The way to do this is, first of all, we need to catalog this data. Think about library example like that I showed earlier. If the books were not arranged properly, there's probably a librarian that comes in to look at the books and sort them in certain order. That is exactly what we will do. Data has to be easy to find and it has to be easy to consume. That is the first step for industrialization of data. Data is a shared asset. What I mean by that is every team cannot own their data. Data has to be democratized. Data has to be shared across organizations. Like if you take your college as an example, the work that you're doing, if you are able to focus on sharing that information with other teams or other colleges, like what is happening with the paper presentations here, that is how people can gain more and more knowledge and continue to build on that, right? So data has to be a reusable asset that could be democratized. And the third piece is data has to be trusted. Imagine, at the start of COVID in India, it was very difficult to get the right numbers. We did not have a capability to understand what exactly were the cases because different hospitals were reporting these numbers differently. The quality of the data is really critical. That is why quality is highly critical. Because imagine for our use case at Verizon, billions and billions of dollars is being leveraged for an investment purpose using this data. So that data has to be of high quality and trustworthy if we can use it to drive our decisions, right? So the key takeaway on this slide is if you want to think about how do we industrialize data, it actually follows these simple steps and it has to satisfy this criteria. Once you industrialize the data, you're moving into the architecture phase. We are moving into modeling the architecture. And what I mean by that is when you look at modeling the architecture, there are two different ways of doing it. Like one is the core artificial intelligence models, and the other one is the applied AI models. To make it easy for you to understand, I'm going to use like a car example, right? Think about the core AI model as the chassis of the car. If you go to like a Ford factory or any car manufacturing factory, you will notice that they will produce a lot of chassis continuously, and then customization happens on top of the chassis. Like that's basically the applied AI models. So what I mean by that is core AI models are models that are foundational, that a company can build and then share it with multiple parts or multiple teams across the company. Some examples of core AI models are demographic recommenders. What I mean by that is, this is a product that is very good for age 20 to 25. This is a product that is excellent for age 30 to 35. So demographic recommenders is an example of a core AI model. Sentiment extraction is another one. Like you can think about like Twitter, for example. When something happens, people actually analyze the tweets that are coming to understand what sort of sentiments, whether they are happy, are they sad, are they angry. So you can think about this as a core AI model, because once you develop that, you can use that across multiple different use cases, right? So that's why this is called as the core AI model. Some examples of applied AI models are basically what you see there, right? Like, for example, think about a robot, basically a bot that can chat with you, specifically for like sales or anything related to that. That is considered as an applied AI model that is built on top of the core AI model. So the way we have to scale the architecture related to AI is by having the company focus on core AI models. And once we develop the core AI models, we can then take it and start applying the applied AI models on top of it. This is the way we can achieve scale. If you think about it, this promotes reusability, because the core AI models, multiple teams can reuse it across multiple work streams. And that's why you're promoting more reusability. Therefore, you're driving more scale. And that's the key part that is important here. And then I'm driving into some areas where AI is very helpful. I think I want you all to think about some of the projects that you are doing, some of the work that you're studying, and think about where AI could be helpful in the pieces that you're doing. Some of the examples that we are working on, for example, retail. Think about the stores where we are selling products. We are using some AI models to help us strengthen the relationship there. We are using AI models to focus on consumer satisfaction. We are using AI to understand how can we leverage our workforce. What I mean by that is, 9 a.m., there's a lot of people that is coming to the store. Therefore, we need to have the corresponding salespeople. Like, we need to have more salespeople to tackle the customer. So being able to understand the patterns related to sales and then applying AI models to plan for workforce is a key area. When it comes to customer service, a lot of customer service absolutely relies on a lot of AI. Like when you call into customer service, sometimes you would have seen, do you want to make a statement? And we will identify if we have an answer for it. That leverages what is called natural language processing. As you make a statement, the system is trying to analyze what you're asking and then directing you to a specific agent, or it tries to give you an answer. That is called NLP. So overall, there's a lot. Customer service is absolutely an important area. And I can definitely see, like, as you study and graduate, the power of data analytics in customer service area is going to be really important. So for anyone who's interested in developing more knowledge, I would absolutely recommend customer service as a key area to understand how AI can change the way we do customer service. Marketing is another big area where we focus on a lot of AI. Think about marketing as being able to reach the right audience with the right recommendation. What I mean by that is, let's say if if you're looking to buy a car, and then the marketing aspect should be based on everything that you're doing. We want to make sure that the right car companies reach out to you and put a sale in front of you, or give you a deal, or give you a discount, or entice you to buy the car. So that's where a lot of AI is actually leveraged to make sure that we can target customers appropriately. We can make sure that we can offer the right products to our customers. So marketing is really, really important for AI models as well. And then we spoke a lot about customer service, customer experience in the past. If you think about it, let's say when you're having an interview, if your call fails, if your call drops, you will not be happy about it. That would make you very irritated, right? So that's the kind of thing when we talk about customer experience, making sure that our customers get the best experience. AI is absolutely an important aspect of it. The customer experience score is a key aspect. And what I mean by that is basically looking at how you use the network, how many, call drops or call failures have you had. Looking at all of that data behind the scenes to come up with a good way to understand customer experience is key. And then that will help us make changes in terms of how we invest in our network and how we approach our customers. So, the key takeaway here is AI models at the end of the day can be applicable in multiple areas. And I just highlighted a few areas here where they're making a big difference. And I also wanted to use this as like an inspiration for all of you to look at different functions and different categories where you want to jump in the future, where you want to make a difference, where you want to learn more. Definitely feel free, to think about this and read more about it. The one thing I wanted to close on is this last concept of digital twins. I would highly recommend, I only have 2 slides on digital twins, but I'm going to highly recommend you all to learn more about digital twins. What is a digital twin? So Boeing, GE as an example, they were kind of the creators of this. So if you think about a big airplane, airplane has the engines on the airplanes are huge. It is not possible for someone to come in and look at the engine, remove the engine, do some work on it and put it back. It's very expensive to do that. So that's where this started. The concept of digital twin is basically you are trying to create a digital replica of an airplane engine or any network element. It can be anything. You're trying to create a digital replica of that using IoT, using sensors, so that you don't have to open the engine or you don't have to bring the engine down for you to analyze. You could literally sit on your computer and look at the digital replica of the engine and look at all the sensors that are on the engine to analyze if the engine is performing optimally, right? So that is the power of it. So once you are able to analyze on your computers, you can make some decisions like when an engine needs downtime or when an engine needs some repairs, right? And the reason digital twins are becoming more and more popular is because it reduces your costs significantly. You don't have to bring the plane to a certain location. You don't have to remove the engine. You absolutely can look at the digital replica and make multiple decisions on it. So that's that is basically what is digital twin. Um, it's an old concept, but it is becoming more and more famous. The ability to create a digital twin, if you think about it, has multiple layers. Like for example, you can start off with simple things. Like for example, like I can talk about if you want to create a digital twin of your college. I'm not saying you'd want to, but let's take that as an example. You would think about the buildings that are in the college as more of the identifiers, right? So that's basically applicable to your college. And then you go for the core attributes, basically like the number of students that can be accommodated in each of the buildings and the classrooms. You can think about all of that as your core attributes. And then the transient attributes is basically think about real time. If you can look at how many customers are moving from this classroom to the other classroom, how many students are right now in the auditorium, the college management can actually make like better decisions. And especially during COVID, you could have a real time understanding if certain areas of your college is crowded more, right? So that's an example for transient attributes. And finally, when you look at the behavior attributes, this is where analytics and modeling come into picture. For example, if there is a storm in near your college, can you do a simulation to understand how your buildings will perform with the storm? So that's kind of the simulation that you can run using digital twin. So what I'm introducing here is a basic concept. I would highly recommend you to Google and read through digital twin. There is a lot of videos on digital twin as well. The core purpose is think about a model that is created as a twin of a physical entity, and then we use the model to make better decisions, right? So that's kind of what a digital twin is. Finally, digital twin can be used as a big accelerator in many areas. So what are some of the benefits of digital twin? As I said earlier, it helps us drive insights a lot faster. If you have to bring a plane, if you have to remove the engine, if you have to analyze that engine as an example, that's going to take a lot of time to do it. Whereas a digital twin has that capability to be able to look at the digital replica of it and make some decisions a lot faster. So that is a key aspect of it. And then when you look at the operational performance, right? So using digital twins, you can better understand the operational performance of what is really happening with the engines, what is really happening with the cars. You get a better understanding of that. We can plan better because we have a lot of data that we can aggregate. And finally, digital twins enable us to give better course of actions. What I mean by that is, like, for example, if you think about the example that I used for your college, if you see certain buildings, something has to happen, because your simulation shows that you need to take action, then you can go do the action, you can take the action, right? So that's where digital twins are really beneficial. On the right, what I'm showing is what are some possibilities for digital twin in our area. Like we can create a digital twin of a cell site. The cell sites that you see when you drive around. By creating a digital twin, you are replicating what happens at the cell site. You are able to see what is happening at the cell site by sitting in front of your computer without actually going to a cell site. You can create a twin of the stores. And what I mean by that is by creating a twin of the stores, you can look at how many customers are walking in, how many customers are walking out, what sort of sales are happening. It's all like real time, right? That is the true capability. There are also people twins that are possible. And what I mean by people twin is you can create a twin of your customers. What do customers like? Like person A likes cricket. Person B likes football. So you can start creating segmentation of your customers, and then you can plan your marketing accordingly, right? So you could create a twin of the people. So that is the kind of twin that you can create. Finally, you can also create a twin of the process. What I mean by that is, let's say if it's a car manufacturing company, there's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. There are multiple steps that are involved in the car manufacturing company. So you can create a twin of that process and see if your process is failing, at some point. So overall, I'm just introducing this concept of digital twin. The digital twin, is a true combination of everything that we can replicate and then leverage AI capabilities to take some actions that can help us, deliver at a much faster speed. So in closing, I think this is my last slide. In closing, what I wanted to highlight is AI and ML provides us with capabilities that can revolutionize our experiences. Experiences meaning, your customer service experiences, experiences related to your banking, as an example, experiences related to how you want to interact with the system by asking that a question, asking them about the weather, experiences related to smart devices integration, where you're asking a machine to turn on air conditioning, you're asking a machine to set air conditioning at a certain temperature. So AI/ML has a big area. I think, like your chairman said, AI/ML is definitely an area that is continuing to grow. There are lots of opportunities that will happen in the future. I would highly recommend all of you to, take more interest, read more about it, definitely watch some videos to get exposed to some of this content. And think about it this way. It's not a complicated topic. Please do not ignore, because it sounds complex. You can start, by taking small steps, read more about automation, read more about what is the difference between AI and ML, read more about data analytics, and then step by step, you can kind of graduate in this, right? So, because this is, is going to drive the future. Therefore, I want to make sure you all have the capability and a great understanding of what AI/ML provides. So with that, that's my last slide. I wanted to see what other questions you all have, and hopefully I can answer them. And hopefully this topic that I walked you through today gives you some sort of understanding on what AI/ML is.
Thank you, sir, for that informative session. I truly believe that it was an
Are there any
insightful
questions?
So I truly believe that it was an insightful experience for all present here. Now I call upon Professor Saravanan to conduct the question and answer section.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone. So, any questions for you? The sessions, the students. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, the presentation was really very effective and informative. I just want to know what is the future of AI in the domain of health, because I belong to clinical social work specialization.
Good. No, absolutely. Thank you. That's a very insightful question. So, like I said earlier, right, 5G, we believe has a true capability in terms of being able to do remote surgery. So again, it's a very evolving field. We don't have a lot of, we have new use cases. Think about it this way, right? Today, when you want to meet a particular doctor, you have to travel to a different location. You have to get an appointment. You have to sit with them, physically be with them to meet with them. in a future, you could absolutely think about that person sitting somewhere else and actually doing something remotely on you. Even a surgery that could probably be done remotely. That way, it saves time. The person does not have to travel. They can look at a lot more patients. I truly believe the network connectivity is going to be a key part in that area. And the other area I can think of is, like, assume you go to an X-ray or an MRI center. You go take that, and then it takes some time for them to ship you your results and stuff. With more and more connectivity increasing, a lot of that can happen real time. What I mean by that is your MRI centers can actually transfer the X-rays or the scans that have happened almost real time to your doctor, and the doctor could probably have an electronic vault or something of that sort where that comes automatically. So there is a big part that this we can use to revolutionize in this area. I would say, like, the third area where AI is playing a very important role is identification of diseases. There's a lot of research that have come out that, when you see with your eyes, you're not able to see the difference. But AI is able to look through the images and then identify if a particular tissue is looking cancerous. If you have a problem with your eye, AI is able to detect that there is a surgery needed for your eye. And in some cases, in many cases, I should say, the AI detection is actually more accurate because a doctor can definitely gain the experience they've had, but an AI is looking at 100,000, 1 million, 2 million images and constantly learning from it. Therefore, detection of diseases using AI/ML is probably a big part that we should expect in the future as well.
Yes, sir, please.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Your
Hi, good
presentation
morning.
and everything is very good for our times, for our computer science and information students. It is very nice. My one of the question is actually fuzzy mathematics, fuzzy logic, neural network is the advantages. Artificial intelligence is advantages of neural network and fuzzy mathematics, or they all are the difference.
Yeah, no, definitely. So different aspects of it, right? Like, for example, artificial intelligence is more about identifying like how the patterns are trending, like how the changes are happening, and being able to leverage that. Neural network, you can think of that as a more complex way where, like the examples that I said earlier, neural network enables us to understand like underlying patterns, and then build, there is something that's happening in this area, something that's happening in this area, and then you can kind of build a relationship between all of that, and that's where the neural network aspect of it happens. So the way I would think about this is, for students' benefit, think about business intelligence as foundational, like reporting. That's kind of the starting point. Understanding it, that is basically business intelligence. And then you step into data analytics, which is you make sense out of the data, you build simple models, Excel models, you can say, that is basically data analysis. And then you go into the world of AI, ML, and neural networks. The complexity continues to increase a lot more. So that's kind of how I would recommend, the students can approach this into if they want to explore more and more.
Okay, sir. Sorry, another one question. Actually, first of all, basically that digital camera and other fridge, washing machine, everything is basically the theory of fuzzy logic. Is nowadays fuzzy logic is improving or not?
Sorry, what is improving? Can you just the last part of your question, please?
Fuzzy logic actually that that actually, sir, that fridge, washing machine, everything is basically fuzzy logic only started. Nowadays, no one speak about fuzzy logic, neural network. Everyone is speaking
Right.
about artificial intelligence. So, is there any future it is there in fuzzy logic, or no more researches are there?
No, see, still fuzzy logic is being leveraged for a lot of these pieces. I would say, if you think about it, everyone talks about data analytics now, but for people who have done it in the past, operations research was the name it's called, right? Like people who have done in the past, it was always called operations research. I would still say that a lot of the fuzzy logic and other things are still leveraged as techniques, but it's just put in a different umbrella. Think about this as like AI and ML are the buzzwords now, but you know it's definitely gaining more traction. But underlying, we do based on the problems that you're trying to solve. Fuzzy logic or regressions or anything like those are leveraged at the end of the day. Does that help?
Sir, next, Thomas asking a question. Will AI replace a human brain in future, sir?
See, I think it's a good question. Obviously, I'm not that well versed to answer that question. I think I basically see it as AI will enable a lot more things and make it easier, right? So think about Google Maps as an example. Even 5 years back, you would have probably not used it. But now I'm sure many of you are using Google Maps. Many of you I think Dr. Sam said, is leveraging Alexa to talk and ask questions, what is the weather and other aspects related to it. That did not exist a few years back. So I believe that AI ML will continue to increase more and more but it's mostly at the point where it's going to try and make you hopefully more smarter and help you do your activities. It's still probably a long journey for it to completely replace. Think about the one company that I follow a lot is Tesla, and the CEO is Elon Musk. He's a big player in this space, right? Like the cars that he's created, he's pushing for fully autonomous driving. The cars being able to drive themselves. He's definitely pushing for it. I would think that that's kind of like a big first step. Whenever that happens, imagine if cars can drive by itself. It's still very difficult for it to happen in Chennai roads because of all the traffic, and you will never know who is jumping in. But but that's kind of the first step where AI is actually going to be tested. And like I said earlier, my answer to your question is I think AI will continue to enable people and support people, but there is still some time path left for AI to completely replace humans.
The next question asking Rajesh, where I start to learn AI and ML?
Well, no, good question. I think it's a very foundational question. There are websites, and I can definitely put this here. You all probably are already looking at it. So Coursera.com has if you Sorry, I think I typed it. And yeah, Coursera, you probably would have seen it, has like a lot of courses. If you go there, if you think about, I would recommend you to start with data analytics. If you put data analytics, it puts like, foundations of data analytics. You can get started there and then venture into AI ML. That is the area where I would highly recommend you all to start.
So any other questions for students?
No, I think hopefully this session was enjoyable, and you gained something out of it. What I will also do is I will send an email with some of the courses, and that you can share with the students if they are interested. That way, it will start to pique their interest, and hopefully we have more and more people coming and benefiting and jumping into this field of AI.
Thank you, sir. But I have two common questions. Sir, does blockchain technology and blockchain developer, how they gonna influence the future, sir? And blockchain developer has a future scope?
No, absolutely. I think, with all of the cryptocurrencies, you definitely see the importance for blockchain developers. The area where multiple companies are still trying to explore how they could leverage it. The biggest area where they see a lot of benefit is in terms of security. The reason is, if you read about blockchain, it is basically, think about like one unit split into multiple parts and stored on multiple different locations. You can only make sense when you bring all of that together. So from a security standpoint, there's like some really big opportunities in blockchain. But I would say, obviously, the cryptocurrency market, the banking market has leveraged blockchain heavily. I do see a lot of opportunities in that area. If you can excel in that area as a blockchain developer, you could definitely get some, good opportunities in the future.
Thank you, sir. One last question, sir.
Sure.
Okay, sir. My question for you is, due to COVID-19 situation, everybody online. So how Verizon as a connectivity company maintained a reliable connection for every citizen of the United States?
No, thank you. So, your question is absolutely valid. A lot of the users, like I said earlier in the first part of my presentation, they did not go to office anymore. They were staying home. A lot of the kids did not go to school. They were all at home, and they were doing school from home. Therefore, the way people used the network completely changed. What we did was we were monitoring the network every single hour, every single day during initial part of the COVID. The reason is we've never experienced this sort of change, right? Like, think about when the shutdown happened, everything changed overnight, right? So from like a telecom network perspective, it was a dramatic change in terms of the patterns that we are used to. So the key thing in terms of how we were able to maintain excellent service and excellent connectivity is we were monitoring the network very closely. We were looking at the key indicators of the network, making sure that all parts of the network are good. And then we also took some critical actions, fast actions in areas that needed more network capacity to make sure that we can take swift action. So, like I said earlier, I would summarize this as we leverage strong data analytics to closely monitor our network, and we were adapting to changing patterns in the network, and we took very fast actions to resolve any problems that we saw, to any fast actions to resolve any problems that we saw on the network.
Now I call upon Professor Sweetlin, HOD in charge of Computer Science and Information Technology of Kodaikanal Christian College, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Michael Raj, Executive Director, Artificial Intelligence and Data-Related Programs, Verizon, for enlightening us with how AI forms the basis of all computer learning and is the future of all complex design making. It is really informative, sir. I am sure the precious knowledge you gave us will definitely help us in our future works. We are all inspired by your great words. A special thank to our chairman and principal of Kodaikanal Christian College, Dr. Sam Abraham, for being the catalyst and also encouraging and guidance that inspired us to do our best and stand us as a pillar of power. And I also like to thank gratitude to our Vice Chairperson, Dr. Geeta Abraham, Vice Principal, Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, our Provost, Professor Emmanuel Babu, and our Associate Provost, Dr. A.B. Thomas, for their support and encourage us at every point of time. The smallest act of kindness is worth more than the greatest intention. I also want to thank all our guests, participants, and industrial delegates who have come and joined from various destinations for their support and cooperation. I especially thank all the people who have been the backbone of this event: our technical team, the choir team, administrative staff members, the non-teaching faculty, press and media persons, and finally the catering staff members. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. It requires a bird's eye and a planning for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed up by a team of very motivated and dedicated students and colleagues of Kodaikanal Christian College for their hard work to the completion of the task beyond their comfort zones. Thank you once again all for making this event a successful one. Thank you.
Now we'll have a small tea break time, and let us all get back to AB Hall within 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, everybody.
Recording stopped.
Bivin.
Hello.
Everyone who are outside, please make it on time and come inside. Keep silence. Every people are requested to gather back in Abraham section. I'll hand over the paper presentation section to the session, student conveners, Mr. Jobin Monsi and Mr. Ashok Singhal.
So good afternoon everyone once again. Sorry for
sorry for the disturbance. So I welcome our moderator, Mr. Sranjeevi. He is from IIT Madras and he completed MTech in IIT Madras. And now he is currently working in Ramachandra University as assistant professor. He was teaching assistant for computational engineering course, CSC department from IIT Madras. And he is a teaching assistant and lead TA and library, computer science department, IIT Madras. And he was teaching assistant at computing facility, computers department, IIT Madras. So now I would like to invite and I request you to present our moderator, Mr. Sranjeevi. Please welcome sir and have a good session. Thank you. I hand out to our conveners, students conveners to the session going to start.
Good afternoon once again everyone. So to start off with our paper presentation session, we have Pravenika S. and her co-author Shweta G. from the Vivekananda College of Technology for Women on the topic Detection of Brain Tumor by Using Deep Learning and Combination of BWT and KSVM. Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Myself, S. Pranika, along with my teammate Sweta from Vivekananda College of Technology for Women, Tiruchengodu. Currently, we are in our final year Computer Science and Engineering. Now, we are here to give a paper presentation based on the topic of human detection of brain tumor using deep learning and the combination of BWT and KSVM algorithm. Now, the section is handed out to Sweta and she will explain the further slides.
Thank you, Pravenika. So you can change the slide. So you can change the next slide. These are the topics we are going to see. Next slide. Abstract. The motivation of this project to detect the malignant brain tumor by using EEG signals and KSVM and BWT algorithm. EEG signal stands for the electroencephalogram program and KSVM stands for kernel support vector machines and BWT stands for Berkeley wavelet transformations. This project functions of KSVM used for comparing the peaks of EEG signals and BWT is used for mostly biological science. It extracts the data in such a way that makes it comparable. In this project, functions of BWT algorithm analyze the n number of data in this project result. Next, there are many issues and challenges in EEG signals because of EEG images characteristics like poor image contrast and background unknown noise in homogeneity, weak boundaries and isolator ports can affect the content of the EEG images. EEG signals are used to produce electrical waves. EEG activity is quite small and is measured in microvolts. It's indicated of MV, which is measured from peak to peak and normal range from 0.5 to 100 μV in amplitude, which is about 100 times of lower than EEG signals. So please can change the slides. The analog value is converted into digital value. From the digital value, we can capture the EEG images of the brain. The proposed methods ANN with fuzzy rules. ANN stands for the artificial neural network. In these functions of interconnected various components of the brain. And fuzzy rules means that in dystonic data. And K means clustering and with the ROI. K means clustering means that interactive algorithm, the data set in K sets of dystonic non-overlapping subgroups. It interactive no change into anodes. And ROI is used for the object detection task using neural network. And ANN classifiers is a means that repeating a sample by using the common features and the repeating samplers. These are the applied on the EEG image to detect the brain tumor among patients. In the result of this project, finally we can get the accurate image of the high tumor area and low tumor area and the initial stages of the tumor area. Next, we can see that introduction, the classifications of tumor infected area from EEG signals by the process of the extractions or a major concern and time-consuming tasks performed by the medical specialist. By experience only, this accuracy depends consequently. It is essential to increase the performance to reduce difficulty includes in the interface method, which has a considered BWT, is a Berkeley wavelet transformations to extract the features from the signals, and based segmentations is used for the viewing the brain structure and brain pathological regions, and with the K means clustering. The proposed method first employs wavelet transformation to extract the feature from signal, is followed by analyzing the component analysis. It's reduced simultaneously in machine learning. It is connected to correlator features into linear calculator features with orthogonal transformations. To reduce the dimensions of the features, the reduce the features were submitted to KSVM. Is a canals support vector machines. Is compare the result and produce the output. These are the next. These are the literature surveys done. Next one, sir. Next one, the problem statement. The causes of the brain tumor formation in the abnormal measure of the growth of cells in the human brain. The skull around the brain of the man is very strong space can lead to more problems, and any unnecessary growth within a very strong space can lead to more problems. Some tumors is the two ways of the brain tumors may be cancerous or non-cancerous. Cancerous is also known as the malignant of the brain tumor, and non-cancerous is the call it benign. The two tumors grow, then can put pressure on the inside of the skull, and the brain becomes the vulnerable, being attacked physically and the endangerers of the human life. Next, the problem statement. The existing systems is the adaptive spectral filter is presented to enhance the standard of the image quality, and the creator prepared for the additional process of the eliminating the not related and extra element within the background of the EEG. K-means clustering with probabilistic neural network can be presented to improve signal quality and provide the accurate of result. Co-occurrence matrix can be employed to extract the features from the texture in the signal. That features may be in the form of structure, location, and the outside of etc. Next, we can see the proposed system is compared to the manual detection performed by radiologists or clinical experts. If the experimental result performed on the different image, it's clear that study of the brain tumor of detection is of fast and accurate. Moreover, to increase the accuracy and quality rate, this approach extracts the statistical features using Berkeley wavelet transformations, and the result in the given to kernel support vector machines for tumor classification as benign or malignant. The proposed approach, so in the experimental result, it can accurate and detection of the brain tumor in exact location at that time. And next one, the system requirements. The hardware requirements systems is Pentium 4 2.4 SEZ and a hard disk for 500 GB and monitor 15 VGA colors, mouse low gauge and RAM 4 GB. Next one. Next one, software requirements. We can use the in this project using OS, Windows, coding language Python 3.5 and IDE Anaconda Navigator and data set of EEG data set. Next, we can see the data flow diagram. We can input the get not clear the brain image. It's passed to the EEG signal. Is converted to using Berkeley wavelet transformations algorithm and extract from the features. And next is passed to the using the K-means clustering is the segmentations of the brain image. Is the next one we can use the principles components of analysis. It's a reduce of the dimensions of the features. Next, we can use KSVM algorithm, classifications of the difference process and knowledge detect and recurrence. Next one using the SNR is a signal to noise ratio. It's a big reduce the noise of the background of images. Finally, we get the tumor detected image. Next, we can see deep learning. So next one. Deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, which is essentially a neural network within 3 or more layers. Is based on the artificial neural network, means interconnected with various components of the brain. A neural network can repeat the functions of the human brain. In deep learning, there is no need to program. All the informations are clear and detailed. Now for the slides or explainer by Pravinika.
Thank you, Seta. Now we are going to see about EEG signal. EEG stands for electroentropic graph. It is a signal test. It is used to evaluate the electrical activity in the brain. Cells in the brain interact with each other through electrical impulse. Impulse means that is generated by the signals. The EEG signal is used to detect related problems in this process. The EEG signal pathway and records the wave pattern in the brain. So next slide, sir. Next, we're going to see about CAD. CAD, computer aided design. It is used to design the image in 3-dimension or 2-dimension. Software to document and design a product design. This CAD technique enables automated conversion of information about the object into a more detailed information, and it is also used to create a normalized map into 3-dimensional 2-dimension image. Sir. Wavelength transformation. When the frequency of a signal vary, a mathematical calculation of an analysis, the signal is called wavelength transformation. Wavelength analysis provides more accurate information about signal and image. By using this, we can change another information signal analysis techniques. So next slide, sir. BWT stands for Bilknet Wavelength Transformation. BWT used for two-dimensional diagonal bandwidth, and in terms of complete, this is the best method to identify the affected tumor area of the brain image. So in this paper, we used the BWT method for brain tumor division. It is used to analyze or process image or signals. And this BWT is used in turning off frequency bandwidth, turning off band pass organizations and the specialized location of the tumor. So next slide, sir. Sir, can you change the next slide? K means it is more common method data analysis. It is used to obtain insight of the structure of the image. It separates each type of separately. K means exactly in the method, which is very important and accurate. Therefore, the image segmentation in this paper, we use BWT with the help of K means method. So next slide, sir. This is the first line is the library file of our code. When we can give the one patient report in the data 1, and it is stored as C colon, and download the image and stored in a hot ECG bit 1 CSV. So next slide, sir. Taken another percent report stored in the data 2. This is also saved as C colon, and download the image hot ECG bit 2 CSV. Data 1 taken as A and the data 2 taken as B. Print A means it prints the color of the brain tumor effects. Totally, we are, and one color is orange and another color is blue. Code of our input. So next slide, sir. Yeah, first image is EEG wave. It is a high peak of the patient report. So next slide, sir. This is also sample code. Yeah, first image you can see the ECG wave. The light green color, light blue colors gives the normal human being report. Tick blue color gives the starting stage of tumor. And now you can see a orange color image. This give the very malignant brain tumor in the patient. So next slide, sir. Yeah, next to a graph you can see HGG. It gives the level of the brain tumor in human brain. Then you can see two lines, one in orange color and one is blue color. Orange color gives the level of very high level of the tumor, and the blue color gives the starting stage of the tumor. Conclusion: using this EEG signal, furthermore, BWT is used to classify the brain stage of the tumor stage of the analyzing vector and the area of tumor to segmenting the image and SVM. The signal to noise ratio is implemented to eliminate the effect of unwanted noise, and combination technique is used to detect and classify tumor for the brain signal. When compared with the different images, it is clear that the study of brain tumor detecting is faster and accurate. The procedure approach shows in the experimental result it can avoid inaccurate and detection of brain tumor in exact location at the time. By using this process, we can detect the brain tumor efficiently, and we can also uh, detect the location of the brain tumor at the same time. It will reduce the work of the doctors, and it will help the patients to cure the brain tumor very quickly in the starting stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good and wonderful presentation, Pravanika and Sweta.
Thank you, sir.
Where you downloaded the data set? Easy. Data set. Data set. Data set is taken from? Where you taken data set?
Sir, voice audible, sir.
So where you collected the data? Easy data set. Data set where you collected the data set. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear, sir.
Yeah, where you collected the data set, either from Kaggle or UCA machine learning repository. Data set where? Yeah, tell me.
Using machine learning, sir.
Yes, I understood. Data set. I'm asking about data set where you collected the data set. Data set you have taken data set, right? Signal data sets. Signal or either image, MRI or CT images. Which one you have taken? Data set. Yes. Tell me.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Tell me. Say. Yes, Sweta, you are audible. Can you tell me now?
Sir, I can hear only the word data, sir. After that, what you say, sir?
So I am asking about data set. You have taken data set, right? Easy data set where you collected the data set.
Sir?
From where? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So, you have collected the data set from a source. I would like to know the source of data set. But okay, can you tell me, do lifestyle factors like sleep, diet, stress will affect the growth of brain tumor?
Yes, sir. From depression, stress also causes the brain tumor, sir.
Okay. So, what are the things you learn from this experiment, this project? So, K means clustering. In that K means clustering, what you did? In what is the K here? How many groups you made into the data set? What is the features and variables that are there in the data set? Okay. Anyhow, but or whatever the project you selected, that is nice, great one. Okay. I hope you will do with this thing. Is it your final project, final year project, or any research?
No, this is our mini project. We want to develop it into a final project, sir.
Okay, okay, that's a nice work. Even if you can do the research with the cardio related diseases like heart disease problems and these things we can do. But brain tumor, that is a nice research that is going on currently.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Yes.
but before going to that, we have to be clear idea with medical terminology. As a computer science student, you may not you may not know all this medical terminology. So just to go through it, I hope if you can learn those things, you can do. You can apply deep learning algorithms like SVM, neural networks using neural networks, CNN, with algorithms. You can predict that based on the tumor size. You can easily identify that there is a malignant or extraordinary case like this. You can classify easily. But your
Yes,
task,
sir.
whatever you
Yes.
selected, that is great work. So is the data set is already pre-processed or you did any pre-processing operations on the data set?
Sir, what, sir? Can you?
Yes, yes. So, okay, I hope you have taken already pre-processed data set. Okay, nice presentation, Sweta and Pravanika. All the best for your future and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, I invite Shravan Kumar Reddy to present his paper on the topic of design of linear metal lens with Algus nano antennas on a sapphire substrate, all over from Aalto University, Finland. You can present your screen, sir.
Okay. Can you confirm that you can see my screen and can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. So in few minutes, we are going to experience something beautiful things that you can do with the small elements, which we cannot see from with our eyes. So the main concept of this paper is like designing a metal lens with algo nano antennas on sapphire substrate. So this is with Professor Costantino De Angelis from University of Brescia and Italy. So I think you pretty like taking a pictures. So this concept would be much interesting for you. Let's go. So today, few things that I'm going to tell you, like to introduce what is metal lens and what is the design model that we have gone through and the fabrication process of metal lens and conclusion and what is the future outlook of this paper. So let's start with a basic introduction. So before going to metal lens, let's discuss what is a meta surface. You know, a meta material with a nanoscale, which means a nanometer. We cannot see with your visible eye, but still, you know, we can make a beautiful things with that. So, you know, we make a periodic arrangement like this, you know, with a specific a distance between the two elements. So when we try to put an incident light, we can try to control the light however we want. You know, that's how the normal cameras or any things that they're taken, you know, we need to control the light and the wavelength, and we need to manipulate this phase and amplitude. So generally when you go to traditional lens, maybe DSLR, you see it's like they're very bulky, like very heavy weight and with heavy cost, like more than 1.5 lakh, which costs the good one. But here I would like to propose a new concept of metal lens, which is ultra thin and lightweight, and which is low cost, and even it can control the whole polarization, which means that you can have a whole control phase shift from 0 to 2 pi 360 degrees. So how we design this metal lens? So the basic concept that we can go is by varying the diameter. That you can see that here we have different sizes of diameter and we can try to control the phase here. So this is how it works. So this is one dimensional. So let's see the design concept. So here in the design concept, when you have a material with refractive index n, you know, generally any material has a refractive index. When you consider it is air, refractive index is 1. But if you have a material, the phase shift is proportional to the height and the refractive index. Whereas if you don't have any stuff, it's only proportional to the air. But even if you have a structure like this in the middle, like you have a particular distance between the similar rods and you have a specific radius, then these are nothing but meta surface. Then you can design a metal lens concept with this formula that is placed here. So generally, Now, meta lens concept has been started recently in 2017 with Capasso Group in America. So generally, if you search Google Scholar and if you search meta lens, you can find only few results. So which means that this is something new emerging topic that you can still work on. Okay, let's see what is the main theme of this project. So first, we work at working wavelength around 1550 nanometers. Generally, if it is at working wavelength 1550, it means that we are not in the visible or we are in the infrared red. So with high refractive index of gas cylinders with the surface substrate of 1.7. So, and then we try to demonstrate, this is the general concept. We keep a substrate, a material, then we have a gas material. So we try to incident the light from the bottom and we try to see whether it controls or not. So we do this analysis in the COMSOL Multiphysics 5.5 software, and we also try to fabricate this meta lens. Now the linear properties of this meta lens are like we can periodically, these dimensions, like what are the dimensions that we have taken, it should be smaller than the wavelength around 1550 nanometers. So you might understand that 1550 is very, very small that we cannot see. But yeah, those things can make the transmittance like sending a wavelight which is equal to unity, and we can also have a phase control of 2 pi. So that's the main concept. Now let's start with the design of our meta lens model, how we designed it. So if you see at a height of 175, so we try to see the transmittance and the phase shift. So around this 800 nanometers, you see we have a unit transmittance and we have a phase shift of 2 pi. So you can see this is the more of the structure. We have an elements like this, and we have a specific periodicity. So at this periodicity of 800, we have the beautiful results of high transmittance complete phase shift. So we can design a meta lens with this. But this model is from the incident from the bottom. Now what happens if we do transmission through substrate from the top? Even if we have the same transmission, we also have the same phase control and same transmittance. So, some applications need transmittance from the bottom. Some applications might need transmittance from the top. So these are both are useful in all the waves. And then, so here we try to see the coupling effects between the neighboring cylinders. In this coupling, I try to take several cylinders and try to put each them separated by and simulate them separately. Then I try to see the electromagnetic fields that you can see, the electric field that I can see here, and we can see the phase of this every element. And then I try to put in the same bulk element with the constituting of all these elements in individual. And then I try to see, we have the same parameters and the same design that we have, and we also observe the same results. So which means that electric field and the phase doesn't have any effect. So which means that there is no coupling. When you place a number of nano cylinders on a material, so there should not be any coupling, which means what we sell is fighting. There should not be any fighting between the cylinders. But still, here this proves that they don't interact very much. So this is very good for our results in order to produce. So when I'm designing a meta lens, I can also design something with respect to beam steering, another concept. But this is used to, steer the wave light. For example, you have a reflector array antenna. So something like, you are propagating all the light beams in one direction. So I can control this beam steering, by placing a number of resonators. So we already fixed our wavelength and periodicity. Now it's the type of resonators. So first I have 4 resonators, and then we have 8 resonators. Then I try to do with 16 resonators. So in the end that you can see here, we have the 30 degrees at 4, and we have 14 degrees angle at 8, and then we have 9.3 degrees around 12. So which means that while increasing the number of resonators, so I'm controlling my beam. So which is also a very beautiful stuff with the beam steering. So you can see the beautiful animation here, so that you're seeing. So this is with the different incident angle. So this is how the magnetic waves are radiating in the far field, so that you can see. So that I can also tell that when you use only 4 resonators, which means 4 elements, you have a transmittance of 85%. But if you use more resonators, we have 91 transmittance. But if you take a real scenario of a meta lens, you can have a more than 1,000 elements, so which can be very beautiful, which can produce a beautiful transmittance than our expectations. So we also before designing, we were fabricating a metal lens. It is necessary to check whether it's working perfectly or not. So these are the simulations, so that you can see that phase profile is from 0 to 2 pi, that you can see from the electric field of the metal lens and the phase of the metal lens. So if we have a phase profile here, which means our metal lens design is perfect and working good, we can go for fabrication. So before fabrication, why not we fabricate in another way? Why not we design in another way? That's how is the my resonances. My resonances are nothing but having an electric and magnetic dipoles in the same at same wavelength. So around 1550 we try to design. So this is 50 at 1175. You know, still it's not very big, but still we can make a small resonators like with 200 nanometers, which is very small than the previous one. But the only problem we have is the performance is degraded when we try to design small. Let's see how it works. So I try to work with 290 nanometers, that you can see that I have a phase shift of 2 pi. So this is good. But when you compare the transmittance, we have around 100%, like around 0.95% before, but now we have like, see, 20% at some scale and some scale at 40. So which means that this transmittance is not good. We try to check by varying the sizes of this, and in the end, but we try to get the final one, this one. But still, even without having good transmittance, we can also simulate this beam steering, and this affects even in the small range, that you can see that we have a transmittance around 20 percentage. But yeah, transmittance is very small, we cannot get beautiful pictures. But still, these are applicable for some applications like satellites, when you need a resonances with electric field and magnetic field. So okay, let's go with fabrication of metal lens. So I think everyone wants to fabricate this metal lens. So let's see how it goes. So first we have a structure with the sapphire on algas, and then we try to put a resist. So this resist can be as MAN 2401, which is a chemical we try to place on the algas. Then we try to do an lithography. So this electron beam lithography is nothing but we are trying to keep our patterns, like for example the distance, periodicity, that what we say, and the radius of the cylinders, the pattern that we try to keep here. And then we try to etch. Then we start etching, like in our terms we can say digging digging the hole. So it's like we started digging the algas here. Then what we call it's etching in normal terms. And then we remove the resist, and we have the final structure with the substrate on algas. So see, we have a metal lens. This is how we fabricate it, we prepare it. And then these are the some observations that we have done with the scanning electron microscope. See, sometimes when we need to put a best dose value, if you don't have the best dose value, we have these proximity effects. When we have this good, we can get a perfect structures like this that you can see here. And you can also see when something is not good, it can also destroy. But these things are not visible, but these are with electron microscope that you can see. This is in micrometer. It's very small. So we have finally fabricated this metal lens fabrication, and then you can see these are the metal lens, the final design, that what you see in the first page, our model. So see, these are the nano pillars that you can see with the different height and with the different radius. So at this micro range, this is something beautiful. And still this is in characterization zone. We haven't fully characterized it. After fabrication we need to do it. But yeah, we can explore this fabrication, by improving these dose values and type of resist, which can improve them. And then let's conclude this work, what we have done so far. So first we have proposed a model, and then we numerically designed it through various approaches. First with the big waveguide approach, and then we have my resonance approach. And then we also try to transmit from the top and the bottom, which is transmission from the air and the substrate. We have the same properties, same results, so which can be used for many applications in any way. And we also concluded that they don't have any coupling effect, so they don't interact each other, which is good. And we also demonstrated beam steering other than this metal lens concept. When we have a phase control and with good transmittance, you can do many beautiful things other than that. And then we also fabricated. So in future we can also fully characterize it. We can characterize each property, and we can get some beautiful results in the future. So this is also future outlook of this metal lens. something a non-linear metalence. When I say non-linear, we are not only with the fundamental frequency, we are injecting another frequency. For example, when the fundamental frequency is on 1550 nanometer, which is a telecom wavelength, then we can also induce an absorption region with 550. Then this is a visible range around 550. Then we try to inject both these incident lights, to have the non-linear properties. So how we get this? We try to control the temperature of the material. By controlling the temperature, we can vary the refractive index. So by varying this refractive index, we can get this multi-focus point. Something while taking pictures, sometimes you feel that these pictures can be taken with a long zoom or short zoom. So this can be approached to non-linear way, which you have a very, very beautiful stuff. So yeah, finally, thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. And you could also contact me through this mail ID. And thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Your presentation and visualization, really, we don't know where what tools or what techniques you use, but with the visualization thing, really, we motivated a lot, sir. So really, we are
Yeah.
very happy to do those kind of things, and even by seeing the visualization, we can understand that what is nano really like. This is very helpful and informative session, sir. With this, student will motivate and do this kind of projects with IoT, all those devices. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, nice presentation. And we
Okay.
will
Thank you so
contact you,
much.
sir, with your mail ID. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Anytime.
Thank you.
So for our next presentation, we have D. Gopinath from Bharatiyar University. He's presenting his paper on a systematic review on clustering and routing algorithm for MANET. So you may start your presentation.
I think the screen is visible. So is it audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
So here my paper is entitled as a systematic review on cluster and routing algorithm for MANET. So myself, Gopinath, I am a part-time research scholar at Department of Computer Application under Bharatiyar University. So this is my abstract. So here I taken some review about the clustering and the security part in routing. So my aim of my work is to prevent some attacks from routing. So in routing phase of MANET. So here I will go through some literature review. So here MANET is generally a group of mobile device that has dynamic self-configuring and infrastructure layer. So there is no any fixed infrastructure in MANET. Generally compared to wire network, in wireless network, each and every node is in wireless nature. So each and every node in MANET take part in routing part. Communication across network is accomplished by forwarding packet from source to destination node. Here intermediate node acts as a router to forward the packet towards the destination. So there is lack of infrastructure to handle the packet generally in MANET. So this is some introduction about the MANET. So generally MANET is a collection of dynamic mobile nodes which is on-demand infrastructure network. There is no any fixed topology environment to transfer the data through fixed route. In MANET, the lifespan and modality of each node are not easily analyzable one because nodes are moving from one phase to another phase rapidly. So the energy consumption of each node is very high due to the movement nature. Sorry. So this is the review I made. So especially I made for cluster head selection and the cluster formation and optimization algorithm. So this is the thing I get through my review. So I compared the algorithm that is named as CBRP. So I choose this algorithm to get some result about the cluster head, and here the cluster overhead is very high and cluster changes is very high, and battery power consumption is very high. In WCA, so cluster overhead is very high, and cluster head changes position rapidly from one place to another in very high manner, and battery consumption also is very high. So I compared my algorithm with IMS algorithm. So here also unused clusters are chosen based on the LIC principle. So here the cluster overhead is very high, and cluster head changes the position from one place to another place in very high manner, and battery consumption is also very high in this paper. So I'm also reviewed ICMS algorithm. So in this paper, the cluster maintenance will be gone through by giving priority to the cluster head. So priority is calculated based upon the battery power and other parameters, or parameters like distance from the node. So here too, the cluster load is very low in this paper, as well as cluster head changes its position from one place to another in very low rate. So as well as battery consumption is very low. So I'm reviewing the next paper, that is a WBC algorithm. So in this paper, the author will taken 3 stages to choose the cluster head and form the cluster. So here the cluster overhead is very low. So cluster head changes its position in very medium rate, and battery consumption is very low comparatively. And afterwards, I reviewed OSCA algorithm. So in this algorithm, the heads are initiated and chosen based upon the same priority factor. Okay, priority is fixed based upon the parameter, some parameter like battery power likewise. So in this paper, the overhead is very high, the cluster overhead is very low, and the cluster head changes its position is very low comparatively. So and battery power is also very low, consumed by the node is very low. Afterwards, I go through the PBWCA algorithm, MEPSO algorithm, and HBAC algorithm, GWCA algorithm, FWCA algorithm. These are all the papers I reviewed so for my work, for my research work. So comparatively, in these works, in this paper, the cluster overhead, cluster head changes, and battery power, these are all in some having some ups and downs. So my aim is to increase the battery power. I'm going to reduce the cluster overhead, and also I'm going to monitor the activity of cluster head by choosing particular nodes, as well as I'm going to take in the node which one having high battery power as a cluster head. Okay, because the cluster head play an important role in manner, because a cluster head have an activity of monitoring all the other nodes in the cluster, as well as the data transfer activity also controlled by the cluster head itself. So only. So I'm reviewed due to my best algorithm. So these are all the things papers I undergone for the purpose of routing before routing based schemes. So here the LEP algorithm. So here the head will be elected, and this algorithm is scalable and achieve the desired results. But comparatively, these algorithms having some drawbacks too. So here the detecting the malwares node is very less amount. There is no any malwares. The malwares will be identified in this paper. So here I compared my paper with the LEP algorithm, CLFR algorithm, FWCA, MOC, and GWCA algorithm. So these are all some other papers. So I'm going for the concept of clustering. I'm going to take a cluster. Here I'm also make a comparison on zonal based approach. So to reduce the end-to-end delay and to reduce the power consumption, I'm going to include some concept in my work. So coming from the conclusion part, in this, through this review, several approaches are analyzed: the performance of acceptance routing protocol and clustering in infrastructure mobile network have been described. As well as to this survey, I'm going to take the part of cluster forming along with the routing scheme. So in the previous works, the routing scheme will be considered only a part, but I'm going to undertake overall view of the routing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that ad hoc networks and all. You've given a great presentation to the students and as well as those who are participated. With the help of these differences, I think we will get some knowledge to do research and all. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Next, I would like to call Rajesh Kumar to present paper on a topic of blockchain technology-based intelligent data security, all over from Annamalai University. You can present your screen, sir.
Good morning to one and all. I am K. Rajesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer and Information Science, Annamalai University. Our topic is blockchain technology based intelligent data security. Authors K. Rajesh Kumar, C. Anand, N. Mohanandini, and B. Nagarajan. Next slide, sir. This is the abstract of our paper. The primary problem is the protecting important records is a very common problem in all sectors nowadays. It is also critical to share information from one place to another place. And the data is sent to a communication medium, but it is very insecure. Our study demonstrates how to securely share our information using blockchain technology. And we explain the hashing algorithm to prevent the unauthorized data retrieval. Next one, sir. This is the basic introduction of the blockchain technology. Blockchain is a distributed ledger that is completely open to anyone on the network. Once an information is stored on a blockchain, it is extremely difficult or not able to change or alter the information. It is also difficult or impossible to change or hack the information and impossible to cheating the data. Each and every transaction on a blockchain is highly secured. This is the architecture of centralized ledger and distributed ledger. First one is the centralized ledger. Here all nodes are connected with the centralized authority. We are called as the server. If the server is hacked, all the information are lost. But in the distributed ledger, all the nodes are connected with each other, but there is no centralized authority. And the information, all the informations are stored in the each and every machine. So it is impossible to change the informations. We are taking some real-time problems for this paper. Some data breaches are occurred in the healthcare department. A multi-specialty hospital in Kerala had its complete patient records from last 5 years, involving hundreds and thousands of records are test records, scan reports, and prescriptions are leaked on the internet. Of all it searchable by a unique patient ID. And also in Maharashtra, the healthcare department website is hacked. In this diagnostic laboratory details, more than 35,000 patient records are leaked. After a massive hack, a subsequent leak, the website of Health Solution, a pearl-burst diagnostic laboratory, was forced to erase all of its records. The leaked information comprised over 35,000 patients, medical records including HIV reports. These are the types of the blockchain. There are basically three types. One is the public blockchain, second one is the private blockchain, third one is the consortium blockchain. First one, public blockchain. Public blockchains are the open network that allow anyone to participate in the network. That is public blockchain. It is permissionless. In this type of blockchain, anyone can join the network and read the data and write some information and participate with the chain. The most common example of public blockchain are the Bitcoin and Ethereum. These are the cryptocurrencies are created with open source computing codes which can be viewed and used by everyone. Next one is the private blockchain. Private blockchain is invitation type and only Anyone who wishes to access it must ask for permission from governing body of the blockchain. They allow different levels of accessing permission that determine which user can write, read and audit the data. Private blockchain are faster and more efficient, more cost effective than public blockchain. Private blockchains are ensure higher level of security, privacy and performance due to its confidential nature, and private blockchains can be designed for specific sectors like finance and hospitality departments. Third one is the consortium blockchain. This is the blockchain type where instead of only a single organization, multiple organizations govern the platform. It is not a public rather than a permission oriented platform. It is also the combination of public and private blockchain. We can also call it as the partially private blockchain. Methodology. Blockchain technology works by creating an environment that is secure and transparent for financial transactions of virtual values such as Bitcoin. Hash codes of each block keep records safe in the blockchain. This is mainly because of irrespective of the size of the information. The mathematical hash functions provide a hash code of the same length for each block. So attempting to change a block or hacking the information would be impossible. This is the working model of the blockchain. A transaction is firstly initiated, then the data is packed in a block. The block is sent to the members. The members are approved by the network. Then the individual block is combined with the already cycling blocks. The block is added to the chain. Finally, the updated block is decentralized. This is the hash function. A plain text is hashed using the SA algorithm, that is the secure hash algorithm. There are different types of algorithms are now available. We are using SHA-256. By using this algorithm, a text or images, anything can be converted into hash code, that is the 64-bit unique hash code. In healthcare, security of personal information like health data is very important to everyone. These health related information are very valuable as pharmacy companies thrive on the data. Most of the time these data are kept on a hospital single server and not in a secure environment too. To prevent health data from falling on the wrong hands and to prevent misuse of the data. Private blockchain can be used to where health data can be on the seen by the doctors if the owner of the data, that is the person, permits it. Conclusion. In generally all type of threat in information technology is performed on the basis of gaining some information. It is more possible to find the particular medical record of a particular person and publish in internet. Somebody doing this for his own intention, and also the third party software not reliable. To secure the information, the decentralized data warehouse and hacked the information is being gathered. However, the hackers stole the hidden information, so the decentralized data production scheme is needed for the current situation. In this regard, the blockchain technology is more powerful to safeguard the information. Blockchain used different types of hashing algorithm to secure the medical records in the field of healthcare. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar, sir. And
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for giving this nice information technology about the blockchain technology and the types of technology like public, private, and consortium technologies about all these things, how the people can use the what technology, how they can access, and main important thing of the data, like how what are sensitive information, how to store and securely can transfer. This is really helpful information, sir. Thank you for this presentation. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And
Thank you,
like
thank you.
using algorithms like async encryption, decryption algorithm.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will help our students to learn more things about this, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have the fifth participants of the paper presentation in the afternoon section. Thank you for being with us and helping us to be here. Now we have a lunch break till. Thank you, moderator, for taking care of this paper presentation. Now we will have our lunch break, and the timing is 1 to 2 p.m. Everyone should assemble back to the Abraham Mall by 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I kindly request each and everyone who are out to come inside. Welcome back once again to the conference. I thank each and every participant for being with us all through this time. And I warmly welcome you all to the afternoon section of the conference.
Now, it's my honor and privilege to call upon our Associate Provost, Dr. Abby Thomas, to introduce the keynote speaker.
Once again, good afternoon to all.
Recording in progress.
The Department of Computer Science and Information Technology conducting the International Conference on New Opportunities and Challenges in Augmented Intelligence and IoT. As we all come into the second afternoon section, it is my honor and privilege to welcome our second resource person. In the morning, during our welcome address, our Honorable Chairman and Principal, Dr. Sam Abraham, has already introduced our resource person briefly on his welcome address. So once again, I would like to give an intro about our guest of honor, that is Mr. Ishwara Lingam, Bachelor of Engineering and Master of Business Administration. Personally, he is working as a IT, ERP, SAP Global Delivery Manager in the company Merck India Limited since 2017. Sir, we welcome you, and it is a great privilege that we got you for our keynote speaker in this conference. Shall we give a KCC clap for sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is your time.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hope you are able to see my screen as well as you are able to listen me. Right? Yeah, I think this is a good time that we can start talking about data science as well as the artificial intelligence. What is AI? Okay, I think you all had a good lunch, and hope you won't go for sleep. Okay, because I'll be going to tell you the good story about this data science as well as the artificial intelligence. So if you feel sleepy, please ask me a questions, or I will try to wake you up. Okay, so let us jump to the concept here, or the agenda, what we are going to discuss today. The first part, we are going to discuss about what is data science, and then data science life cycle, and then in the data science, what are the tools has been used across the industries, and what are the opportunities open in the market as a data scientist for you people. And the next is we are going to discuss about what is artificial intelligence, and then what is the artificial life cycle, and what are the tools available, and what are the opportunity you do have. Okay, and the last very important point, we are going to discuss about the difference between the data science as well as the AI. Okay. So as I said, I'm putting as in my agenda that very clearly what are the opportunities you will be having it in future. That's a very important key thing for you. So to understand that, you should listen me very carefully. What are the things I'm going to talk from 2 or 3 topics before that. Then only you can get ready for your opportunity. Okay. So if you are missing those first 3 or 4 topics, then it is not easy for you to understand the opportunity, whatever we are talking about here. Fine. So let us go through the first one. So the first one is, what is data science? Right? So let us make it very simple. What is data? Data is nothing but as a information. So information is always well, isn't it? So information. And then what is science? The science is nothing but as a truth. See, for example, Newton's law, first law, second law, third law. It is a true, right? So whatever happens, it has been proved with many scientists across the world, right? So data scientist or data science, it is the information truthness. Okay, so that is the basic concept. So what is the purpose of when I am having a true information, right? So this truth information is going to help you for decision making. So where you are going to make a decision across any industries, across any application, across the world, anything you take. So if you want to make a decision, you need to have a data. If the data is truth or is proved, then it is easy for you to take a decision. So that's what it is called as a data science. So please remember, the data science is nothing but the cumulative of data help you to take a decisions. Okay. So the data science doesn't take a decision. It can suggest 3-4 decisions, but ultimately somebody needs to take a decision. Probably a human being, we will discuss that. Who's going to take a decision? So you may see in my screen, the data science is equal to machine learning, right? So what is learning here? It is you are going to learn about the data, okay? And statistical is nothing but you are classifying those data, okay? And once the data is available, the domain expert is coming in and take a data. And I say it can learn from image, it can learn from the text, it can learn from your communications, right? So different methodologies it can observe, or different images it can observe and it can learn. That is called as the machine learning, okay? And whatever it learn, it will be putting it in the statistical. I think you guys would have studied, 10th standard or 11th standard statistics, right? So it goes for a statistic and then
recording in progress.
Okay. Then the domain experts comes and take a decision. This is called as a data science. So let us move. So where are the applications this data science are used? Okay, it is used in the e-commerce. I think you have enough experience like Amazon, Flipkart, Redbus, so many, right? So I don't need to jump into that. You would have been engaged with a certain bank, right? So when you enter, your ATM card as well as the PIN, and if the PIN code is wrong, it's not going to give you money, right? So and so like that, the data science is having a data, they are going to validate that. So if the validation is done, the decision is taken yes. So if the validation is, the decision is in as no, right? So that is how the data science is going to help. Same way for healthcare industries and the transportations like car, the self-car driving. I think so many people talks about it, as well as a car monitoring system. For example, in the car, your petrol fuel is less. How the system is coming to know? It's because of it's monitoring your diesel limit, right? And the same way, if your car needs to go for
recording
service,
stopped.
so if your car needs to go for service, how it is indicating? It's going to monitor your oil
recording
level.
in progress.
It is going to monitor your number of kilometers you've driven. It's going to monitor how long you didn't given for service. So many data it is taken, and then it is going to take a decisions. So that is how the data science is going to across the variations. Another good example, the use case is the Uber. So most of the people would use the Uber car for booking the cab and everything, right? So probably when you book the Uber car, it may start from one point to another point, but in between somebody will join. How they are joining, how they know this car is not past them, right? So fraction of seconds, the data is moving from your mobile as well as the car, and it is doing analysis, and it is coming for other person to book your car. And just imagine, I know I'm going a little bit speed up, but you can imagine that what is the data live speed the analysis is happening.
Recording stopped.
Because if the car is moved away from you, say 100 meters, right? And then you cannot take the car, or the car cannot be suggested for you, the Uber car. So the accuracy of the location, accuracy of the time, accuracy of the speed, everything is calculated within a fraction of a second. And I think all of you know Uber is a global company. It's available in US, UK, whatever the name of the countries is available, right? So it's how it is globalized and tracking the data.
Recording in progress.
Amazing. Fine. So let
Recording
us
stopped.
So let us go on to the data science still more. So you see here the data science history, right? So how it is evolving. So let us talk about this graph on the left hand side. So early days, the data science was working based upon rule based. So what is rule based? If it is say April or May month, right? The Kodaikanal is going to be get full. Okay, so the rule is April and May is going to be a summer. So everybody's travel to Kodaikanal. It's a peak season, and the hotel rooms and everything is going to get full. This is what is history in say 90s and 20s starting, right? That is a rule based predictions. Okay, whatever was happening. And then after that, what happened is this rule base was not accurate. It is start changing it. Okay, say nowadays, for example, it's a similar example. You find more rush in Kodaikanal on the weekends, not on the working days. It could be either of the season, right? So the data is changing, so we cannot keep our mark as a rule-based detection, right? So there is a technology is improving. So what is improving? So data mining based. So I will have a minimum data. So from that, I will take a decision. So the minimum data comes from where? From the market or from the the source of the available information. So I get a minimum data. For this, I can give an example of say onion price. Say whenever the onion price is high, all the agriculture soldiers goes for cultivating onion, isn't it? So when they cultivate so many people, and after 2 months the price is going to come down, isn't it? So here what happened? So the data information they had it, the onion price is high, so I went and cultivated. But after some time the onion price came down, isn't it? So with the minimum database, they were taking a decision here that I will do the onion. So this kind of a failure started. So in my example also, the agriculture soldiers went for negative values, right? So then what happened? Okay, I cannot go with this kind of a situation. Now I will monitor the people and I will monitor their behavior. I monitor their sentiment. I monitor their each and every step. Okay, and based upon that, I will take a decision. So I will collect the data. So that is how somewhere in 2005, 2010, the machine learning comes. I think the learning methodology I already covered. So the machine learning has been introduced. So it started taking, taking a data. Okay, and then in 2015, everybody started saying that okay, somebody is taking my personal data. It is improved, right? And it got experience and it started improving, taking data. And then on the top of it, the data science team. So as I said, the data sciences is going to be the information which is trustworthy. So you had a lot of data, and on the top of it, you are taking a decision. So how it is going to happen. So this is a history of how it is evolved, the data science, or it is called as a data science, right? So this is the behind the story about it in the industry. And here is some more information, right? So if I want to do a data science, okay, what are the skills as well as the technology I must have, or what are things is involved? Okay, So maybe probably let us take an example. Okay, so the example is going to be, say for example, I know, or I think most of the people knows, Chennai to Madurai, so many people travel, right? And they do travel in a different type of mode, train, bus, car, etc., etc. But it is a huge volume. Always comes from Chennai till Madurai, and I mean, you can go beyond Madurai also, but till Madurai. And in the same way, it goes back Madurai to Chennai. Right? It happens every day most of the time. I think that is the data which I do have, right? So now I want to introduce, or I would like to start a business, Chennai to Madurai helicopter service, or mini jet helicopter service, where it can carry 10 to 15 people, and it can drop the people at Madurai, and the same way Madurai to Chennai. So this is my idea. So I'm going to invest, right? So when I am planning this, right, or when I am planning for my investment, how I need to design my business. So when I say the designing of business, say per day, how many trips I need to make it. Chennai to Bangalore and the same, sorry, Chennai to Madurai and then Madurai to Chennai. How many trips I need to make it. And then each trip, if I am accommodating 15 people, how much is the charge I need to, take it from them, right? Say for example, if I am charging them 20 or 30,000, if the people are going to be interested, because the flight is charging me 5,000 or 6,000. So this kind of discussions are going to come. So we will discuss that. So this is the scenarios. Okay. So the business decision here is, okay, I'm going to start a new company, which is transportation from Chennai to Madurai as a aeroplane or mini helicopter. This is the business scenario. So I want to analyze how I am going to be succeed here, right? So for that I need a data. So how we are going to get the data for that situation, we will go through this. Okay. So for that, what are the skills you supposed to have to find out is my business is going to be profit, and the business process, what is going to be to decide that. Okay. One is subject area. It means the person should know about aeronautic regulations and the rules. Say, I think you guys should have been seen the Surya Potter movie, right? So how Surya was struggling in the beginning to get approval and all the things. So that is called as a subject area. So you need to have some expert there. And then you should have Mr. Ramanuja, who is the mathematician of India. You should have best mathematics guy. And then algorithm and abstract knowledge. So you should have the better knowledgeable architect, computer architect, who can write the algorithm for you. I mean, the algorithm is nothing but, I think most of the guys knows, it's converting a human language to the machine language. And then you should have data as well as the digital representation. It's nothing but as like, the data you are going to change it as a digital. Okay, say if somebody is saying, yeah, if you are starting a helicopter service, I will pay 3,000 or 5,000 rupees. That is the information you got it orally. You should have those information in the digital format. You should be able to do that. So you need a tool for that. And programming tool and visualizing tool. So visualizing tool is nothing but it's a kind of a reporting tool. So all putting together, okay, it's called as a data science. So these skills it's all having as a data science. So is that a single person in the world can have all these skills? Okay, yeah, I know about this industries. I am good in mathematics. I write programming. I write visualization code, or I can convert the data. Really, no. We don't have any superhuman brain with us. Okay. So if you are looking at opportunities in data science, so some of the some of the areas where you are good, you can look into that. Okay, say I am good in math, so you can look into that area. I'm good in writing a program and handling a tools. Yeah, you're going to be good in that. Yeah, I'm good in designing a computer. Then you can go for visualizing areas. Yeah, I know I have a good industry and knowledge. Then you can go as a subject area expert. Okay, so I mean, this is just giving you a high level idea. So let us go to the next one. So data science is called as the process. Okay, I think if you go and study in college, you'll be studying for 3 years, 2 years, or 1 year course, high level course. Okay, so what they are going to teach you in the sense, since I said it is a process, it is going to be the step by step actions. Okay, I think you should be able to see my slide from now. If you are not able to see, please arrange yourself, because here you do have more information. Whatever I am going to say, it's a very important. Okay, so the data science process, I'm talking about the circle diagram. Okay, and the other right hand side diagram, the blue dotted diagram, it's going to be a similar but it's understanding well. So step 101 is a business understanding. So the business case I already told you. Chennai to Madurai, I want to have a helicopter service. And second is data mining. That is the second step. Okay, and then I need to have a data cleaning. So data mining is we will discuss that in detail. So the third step is data cleaning, and then data exploration, and engineering knowledge, and then predictive modeling. What the predictive modeling is going to be like, what do you get from that data? Okay. And the last one is the data visualization, how I will see those data. Okay, because the data, whatever you see, it can decide your decision. So seeing the data itself, very, very important for me. So in simple terminologies, on the other side, collecting data, I will process the data, and exploring as well as I visualize the data. Okay, what I mean visualizing in the sense I see the data. Okay, and analyzing and applying learning. So and deciding based upon insights. So I already told you data science is data. From that, I take a decision on it. So first step here is the data collection. So, or you call them as a data mining. So how I will be getting the data, right? So the most common answers you are going to see it in the screen also, which is a survey, polls, Delphi technique, focus group, etc., etc. This is called as the primary data collection methodologies. That's the number one. Number two is in your organization, right? There will be a certain reports like a financial reports, sales report, and a certain organization reports. We are going to look into that. For example, right? There is a one report nowadays we are looking very carefully. So that is nothing but how many people is affected by corona, how many people released from the hospital, how many people lost their life. So these are information every day. We start looking into that, right? So that is the certain information data for me, right? So probably this information may be useful for somebody's, not for everybody. So those kind of reports you will be getting a take. So these all, as I said, old methodologies. Okay. Say for example, if you come to your college and take a survey about your education, right? So maybe I can just come and ask you, would you like to do higher study? Or would you like to do after this, if I am giving you this kind of a job, would you like to do? So probably some people answer, or some people says, no, it's not relevant for me. I'm not going to answer, because that is how the people tendency is going. So that is how the machine learning is coming inside nowadays. Without asking you, I understand what you want, right? For example, if you are watching something on YouTube, I know you are interested on that. Maybe if you watch some songs, say you are watching a love songs for half an hour or something, I always give you the love songs. If you start watching love failure songs, right, and the machine learning can understand that you're, I mean, something is wrong with you, right? So something is failed for you. So that is how the machine learning can do based upon your activity. It may look funny, but it is so true. That is how the thing is happening. Even the other way around, if somebody is watching, a lot of bhakti padal, the classic songs, then that person is so sad. So otherwise, he may dance or sing good songs. Right? So these are all the machine learning algorithm behind the screen. Why? What situation this guy is going to do, right? Even personally, right? So I recently I bought a one dog. Okay, I searched in Google where I can buy near Madurai, etc., etc. And after some time, I stopped searching. Okay, and after a week, in my Facebook account, I start getting a advertisement, learn about how to train your dog, and I got so many ad for dog food, etc., etc., offer 20%, 30% in Amazon. How these guys knows that I bought a dog? I didn't put it in Facebook. I didn't share it in my WhatsApp status. How these people knows? It's because of the search single word I did it in a Google, probably 2-3 times. Yeah. So this is how the data collection is happening nowadays. You will not know. I'm not going to come and ask you a survey. That's improvement where we are. Okay. So next one is data cleaning or exploring, right? So for example, as per our business thing, so per day, Chennai to Bangalore, how many people are traveling? So that is the data I have collected. Probably say 5,000 or 10,000 people are traveling from Chennai to Madurai per day. Okay, in the weekend it can go up to 30,000 or 40,000 per day. The travel is happening. Okay, now as the next step, the modeling or cleaning as well as the exploring of the data. So what is going to do here, right? So number one, what situation the person is going to be, take a helicopter. Probably if he's a quite rich guy. The second reason is where the people think that time is important. The third one is the prestigious stuff, right? So who are all having this kind of attribute, those people are going to be my customer. And say for example, there is a one railway employee. It could be any destination or whatever it is. If I got a data he is a railway employee, do I think that this guy will take a helicopter to come to Madurai? When the government is offering him the free train, first class train, no, he will not come. So now, whatever the data I got it, I need to clean this out. Who are my possible customer? So what are the rules I set, right? So I have to logically do certain data cleansing, and then I need to do certain physical model data cleansing, and then I need to make my final data. So it means in the beginning, if I say 10,000 people is going to, there is a probability that Chennai to Bangalore traveling from the 10,000 after cleaning most of the data. As I said, a railway employee is not going to come. And then the person, who drive the car always or love to drive the car, they will not come, right? And who are all having a heavy luggage, because in the helicopter you cannot carry heavy luggages, they will not come, right? So probably I may get elder people who like to travel. So those people are my positive people. So the other people are my negative people. So I prefer the logical, physical way of data modeling. Okay. So here you see a lot of data model. So if you are going to study the data science of, in certain courses, they teach you what this model is exactly and how it needs to be executed. Okay, but we do it practically in our industries. And then once I got a data, I start analyzing. Okay, what I will be analyzing. Okay, there are 2,000 people per day like to take a helicopter. Okay, now I start analyzing. So if I am keeping a price per trip, say 10,000 rupees, out of this 2,000 people, how many people having a probability to take a helicopter? So if I am keeping 10,000, then I know only the emergency people can book the helicopter. Wherever the other people may use the airplane because it's almost the same timing, and they may use, perfectly landing in Madurai, right? So how do I find that these people are the emergency people from the, 2000? Then again, I need to go back to the data and look at the last 1 month, who are all booked a ticket, Chennai to Madurai in train as Takkal, as well as, say, for example, Red Bus, who are all booked in the last minute of, the buses. Probably tomorrow I want to travel and I would have been booked today night or tomorrow afternoon, right? Or I may be searching tomorrow afternoon if there is any bus or something. So pick up those people, okay, and find out if they are there in the 2,000 numbers, and then you can do the analysis. And still, I mean, there are another methodologies. If somebody is driving a car, right? So if the person is going and taking a fuel and then he starts driving to Madurai, it means he would have been, there is a more probability he decided later. Because if you decided well, you would have been filled your car 1 day or 2 days before, right? So there are different way of understanding. So we start analyzing the data out of 2,000 rupees. If I am keeping a ticket prices of 10,000, how many people are going to come? So that is what is analyzing I will be doing it. So same analyze I can do. So if I am keeping a 5,000, how many people are going to come? Okay. And then I may do another way of data using a data science. What is my probability apart from the expenditures, right? So this is the data analysis. So the data science we understood, we collected the data, we clean the data, and then we start analyzing the data, right? And the next one is understanding your data. Okay, as I said, cleaning is completed. Now I find out of 2,000, there could be some 1,000 people who is booking a ticket in the emergency. If I am keeping a 10,000 rupees, they can come every day. Okay. Now, how I will understand this? Again, these 1,000 people has a different timing. Number one, these 1,000 people are located various places in Chennai, and how I can accommodate them because of their location, because of their different capabilities, and all the things you need to understand. See, you got a data, it's not 1,000 people are going to take it. You need to understand still more what is the probability that they can come to us. Got it? There could be again, sentimental, again, as a practice. Say always one person says, I go by train. You cannot change it. It's okay. So, right? Even though he's having a capability of taking a 10,000 rupees ticket, but he's comfortable. So understanding the data. Okay, and then you need to prepare. Once you prepare the data, you need to visualize. So what is visualization here? It means you need to put it in the chat. Okay, we did this, we did this, we did this. There are different type of tools which is available, like a pie chart or box plot, KD chat, different type of chat. You can put it. And once you make it up, then the person can come and take a decision. Is that person is always take a decision? The answer is no. It can anybody can take a decision. So that's what is we are going to check in the next section. What we are going to talk about the AI. Before that, there is one question coming in my mind. What is the difference between data analysis as well as the data science? Because it may look like both are similar, but it has a different here. Okay, so I will go to this slide and then I will come back to the opportunity. So here is the data analysis. So data analysis always use the available data, and it doesn't clean the data. Whatever is available, it's going to give you it. And it's used the standard modeling it, but whereas here the data science use the data model. Based upon the data, it is going to decide it. Okay, and data analysis is whatever is there, it's going to analyze it. But here is that we look for the result basically from the data science point of view. As well as data science helps you to take a decision. The analytical side, it helps you to understand. It doesn't help you to take a decision. So these are the major difference between analytical as well as the data science. So coming to the most interesting part here. So if you want to be a data scientist, okay, so what are things you may need in this field? So as I said in the beginning, right? So you need to have a max knowledge of experts. The areas I have put. So first is max and the statistics, where machine learning and designing, all the areas you should be expert. And domain knowledge as well as the soft skills, where you should have the industry knowledge as well as quick to learn, quick to understand, what is happening. Something like we call them as a hacker skill. So hacker can understand the things quite faster. Basically, how do I enter into the system or what I can do. So that skill we expect. And the other side, we may need a database skill. That's a programming skills. So we may need that, as well as the visualization. So it's not only you make a movie, and you should be able to communicate to your senior management. You should have the communication as well as visualization skills abilities. That is very, very important. So each area you are good, you can choose from here. And this slide shows again on which area, what are the different types of tools. When I say different type of tools, and here is the opportunities or the companies where they have invested. Okay, so I put two slides here. You can look into anything because I see it has, everything is good. Okay, and the different companies you'll be seeing. For example, here you say data collection, which is the first one. You see Hadoop is one of the leader, and whereas SQL servers is another leader side, right? And the data analysis, the Tableau is going well. You can, it's like in a second it can change your data. For example, if you are buying something in Amazon, it will immediately change your data to the sales guy. Hey, this was the purchase happened. So such a way it can go a little faster. So each areas, I have put it. This slide will be available for you. So based upon this, your skill, you can prepare yourself. So definitely these companies may grow, or there could be new companies which comes on this area. Probably, say for example, on the data collection area or cleansing area or wherever it is. So you need to keep an eye on it. So don't go with this. Tomorrow it can change. But this is the first step for awareness. Okay. So putting all these tools together, we make it the data science. So that is the logic. Okay. It's not that single tool I use and I bring the data science here. And the data cycle, life cycle is that, okay, so I decide and I started my company, Chennai to Madurai, this many trips per day, this is the cost, everything is done. Is that I can stop my data science? If I stop, I cannot run my business. So next business issue is going to come, how long these people are going to fly? Is the people are happy with my services? or is the people how I can get more people, right? So for example, if you some places, if you visit, they ask you to write a review, Google review. Why? There is one of the opportunities they are doing advertisement, right? So it is going to continue with the same pattern of collection, cleansing, analysis, applying your knowledge, and then visualize, and then take a decision on it. Fine. So this is called as the data science. Now, coming to artificial intelligence. Okay, so what is this artificial intelligence? So everybody knows intelligent means it's brilliant. Artificial is not a natural one. It is made by human. It's a simple, right? That's called as the artificial intelligence. So how it is going to work here? Let's go through that. So what this basically, what is this artificial intelligence? As I said, it is made by human who can think of it. So what it is thinking, right? So it think two things. One is it predict is going to happen. Say for example, tomorrow the weather is so it's going to rain or it's going to be so hot. So it's going to predict. Okay. So how it is going to predict? It is based upon the data. So what data on the sky, what is the airflow, what is the humidity on this particular location, and then which direction the wind is coming, all this accommodated data, it is predict, okay, it is going to rain. Okay. That is a prediction example. And here here I put as in the bank, somebody is call you, right? You predict that this is not a call from the bank, this is a fraud. So how did you predict? Because of the data he shared with you, right? And then the next one, it can help you for automation. Okay, and the next one is for the automation, where the AI can help for the automation of robotic work kind of things in the factory and all the things. Okay. So here also the learning happens, and how it is reading is going to happen. And augmentation is nothing but where the advanced level of AI, where it is going to happen that it is going to partnership with a human being and it is going to work for you. Okay, that is called as augmentation. So augmented sales team. So they can generate the sales for you instead of human. So that is the advanced level of AI. So how it works? First of all, it is going to take the machine learning and it understand your speech, it understand your vision, okay, and then it is going to, whatever it is, understand the language, it is going to understand it, and then it is put it in the system, and it is going to optimize as well as the plan, and then it is going to work as like a robot. I mean, within the robot, all the things happens. So it is going to learn and classify the data, translate as per whatever the robot is going to understand, and then the data extraction is going to happen, and the intelligence comes, and this is what I need to do. So the robot is going to do. So this is what happens in the artificial intelligence. Or if you want to prepare some artificial intelligence product, this is the process. So the learning needs to be done. Okay. So the application of UI. So these are certain words. I think you guys would have been here. The number one is Sri in the iPhone. Okay. So this is another research. The people said to me is that the woman who is having a name called Sri, her option of getting married is getting reduced, because tomorrow if the person calls Sri, the iPhone Sri is getting and asking yes what it is. So that's a real survey which is happened in India. So, and then Tesla, I think this company you guys knows, the aeroplane autopilot. Okay, so I think the most of people knows, and the people who doesn't know, it may be a little shocking for you. If you're flying from, say, India to US, direct flight, you may fly for 17 hours or 18 hours. Okay. In that time, both pilot can go for sleeping mode. The human being can go for sleeping mode. The flight can fly still. That is called as the autopilot. Okay. So that is possible. How would it happen? That is because of the artificial intelligence, because we feed it and then it is working. And I think Amazon Alexa, it's listen from you everything. If I say, okay, tomorrow I have a plan to go to Madurai, then tomorrow morning he wakes up me and he shows me in calendar that you need to go to Madurai this time. So, and the next one is Coranta. It is a Microsoft AI tool where it can type an email for you. So if I am saying, so just reply to my boss, I am on leave. So you can reply to them. Another one is John Paul. This is a travel guide where it can, share the information, the flight conjunctions, and how many people are there in the airport and where they want to go. Say, for example, always we hear in Chennai that in Coimbatore bus stand, before Pongal, so many people are standing, the ministry is arranging new buses, right? If you have artificial intelligence, it can gather who are all coming towards the Coimbatore 2 hours before, and then it can inform to the minister when they reach here, it can arrange a bus for it. This is one of the business keys, right? Somebody, if you want to take a project, you can do that. So that's what John Paul is doing in the airport. So based upon, I don't want to elaborate that. That we can talk about later. And here are some technical level AI application where interactive AI, it can talk to you. Functional AI, it will do its job. It learned from that and it can alert you. And analytics, okay, and what is the mood? What exactly you are doing from your activity, it will understand that's the analyticals. And then it can read a text and it can communicate, and then visual, you can do that, right? Say, for example, if I am keeping this slide for some time, and if you are watching this slide, it means you are reading this slide, right? So what this AI will do, it read this slide, it understands the content, and it can suggest you the similar content when you are coming next time, or it can go to the next page when you are coming back. So that is the AI strength. Okay. So what are the different type of AI here? So here basically you see light blue as well as dark blue. So the light blue is based upon the intelligent level, it is classified, whereas the dark blue is based upon the functionality. So functionality is reactive. So if you touch, it is going to work. For example, when you say, okay, Google is wake up, right? The reactive AI. Limited memory, like your calendar. Say you book it something, so the Google map would be reminding you. For example, next week I want to spend some time at Kodaikanal, so I booked my hotel room in the through using my email ID, but I didn't book my calendar. But the Google knows that I am going for next week Kodaikanal, so it can block my calendar, right? So it is stored in my memory. And the theory of mind AI. So what I am thinking, it can read my mind. It can suggest something for it. And the self-aware AI, it's kind of self-thinking. Okay, so based upon the habit, based upon built-in experience, it can self-aware and work with you. Similar, probably something like a robot. It is a self-aware. So this kind of self-aware level, the AI we are calling as a superhuman, and limited memory and the theory mindset, it's all comes under general intelligence, and whereas reactive is a narrow intelligence. So these are the functionally levels we classify these AIs. And how I build my AI. This screen is very, very important for you. If you watch closely, you see where and all the data scientist role is coming. Because the data scientists as well as the AI are together here. Okay. So if you want to work in AI, you can be a data scientist. So what is it? How it is going to come here in the sense, as I said, what is data scientist? Having a data, it analyze and it give you the certain values based upon you take a decision. Who is a human being or artificial intelligence? Based upon the data science, whatever is given, the artificial intelligence can take a decision. For example, I am driving a car. I mean, it's a self car, right? The Google was introduced some time back. So the car is moving on. So it observes the data, whatever is happening on the surroundings, right? And suddenly there is a one bus is coming. It is going to observe and is past the data. There is a bus which is coming 40 kilometers speed opposite to us. There is a probability of hitting us in 10 seconds with kilometer speed of 30, 40. Once this information goes to the AI through data science, the AI take a decision. Should I rotate my steering on my right to go, or should I apply a brake? So that is a decision it needs to take. So if you want to go on the right side, take, and then there is another level of data science will happen, and it goes, or it will apply a brake. So that is how it is. So now you see here, in a company like us, we do the scoping, and we understand the data, and then we build the development, and we deploy it, and we in the quality we do the multiple level of testing, and then we go for the proof. And each level we need a different type of skill set, right? We approach them and then we take it from them. So that is how it is going to work here in the industry. So as I said, the life cycle of AI, the data science plus decision making. So whatever you saw it on the data science is the same, like a gathering, data preparation, and data cleansing, analyzing, train model, test model, and then deployment. So testing as well as the deployment. That is the life cycle of artificial intelligence. So which are the industries using this artificial intelligence? Every industry is using. You name anything. The best example for the artificial intelligence, whether you know or you don't know, it happened in 90s. Okay. I don't know, probably you would have been doing it now also. The chess game with the computer, right? So in 60s, 70s, if you are playing a chess, you are the one of the intelligent human being in India or in the air, right? So when this chess game introduced on computer, there is a different level they give, a low, medium, as well as high. So you are playing with computer, and the computer, whatever is playing is nothing but as artificial intelligence. Whatever the rules, whatever the regulation has been fed to the computers, right? As well as, we feed the most of the informations there, right? So that is how, the artificial intelligence came. And these are the different tools, happens with, AI. You can learn these tools in the different areas where you will be having opportunities in the futures. And this slide mostly talk about the data science as well as the artificial intelligence difference. Okay. However, the artificial intelligence runs on the data science, but still, right, it has different techniques in the data science which you need to use it. So that's what it is, talking about it. And I just, wrote around 9 difference between these two. You guys can, look into that. So with this, I would like to say thank you. And I given just my contact information. If you want, you can just connect with me. Okay. Thank you very much for listening me. So I just open it for questions. That would be great if you guys can post some of the questions in the chat, or if somebody's like to ask.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with important information that we need to know. Now I call upon Professor Vasantha Kumar, the co-convener of the conference, to conduct the question answer section.
Thank you, sir. If
Yeah,
any
thank you.
questions, faculties and research scholar and students, just come and ask. Okay. Online student, just text it. Okay.
What is the difference between AI, machine learning, and deep learning?
Okay. Sir, this first question, what is the difference between artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning?
Okay, so artificial intelligence is a process, as I said again. So under this process, you need to have a learning, okay, and these learnings are one is machine learning, another one is deep learning. Okay, so machine learning is the methodology how you are going to learn and how you are going to take the data. Okay, and the deep learning goes as a section within the machine learning. It is going to do whatever learning you did it. Is that enough for me to take a decision? Okay. Say, as I said, an example, there is one bus is coming. I am driving a car, bus is coming opposite to me. So I measure the speed, I measure the distance between us, what time I need to apply a brake. So that is a decision I need to take. Is this information is fair enough? That is the machine learning is done its job. But the deep learning says, what is my speed? If I start applying a brake, how long my car drive and it's going to hit the bus or not? I can go and hit the bus also, right? It's not that bus is going to hit me. So where the deep learning is going to come, whatever the data I gather, it will learn still further and help me for fine-tune intelligent argumentation sections where it can work with me. Even if I have not applied a brake, the deep learning help me to apply a brake automatically. So that is what it is. That is what it is, the difference between AI, machine learning, as well as the deep learning. It is a hierarchy within them, each other.
So good evening, sir.
Yeah.
So which language is the best one for data science, in R language or Python?
It is, if you are asking me, is Tamil is good or Malayalam is good or Hindi is good, right? See, it is your taste or your need, what do you want to talk? So that is how, right? As well as what do you need, right? Say, for example, if my work is in Delhi or something, I love to talk in Hindi because those people can understand my work can be easy, right? So same thing is here. So whatever the language or the tool I have shown, each one has its each specialized area. So as an expert, you should understand each of the tool and you need to choose based upon your choice. So it's not easy that, okay, this is super, this is bad. So there's no comparisons when you come across the tool values, particularly on the AI as well as the data science area. But I'll give 70 marks to Python. That is my personal opinion. Got it?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, how's logistic regulation done in data science?
You mean to say logistic regulation in data science?
How is done?
Okay, it's a big question. I think I can answer it for an hour, 1 more hour if I have it, but unfortunately I don't have. So yes, in the logistic industries, the data science is working like anything. For example, in India, we do have a toll gate, right? So you would have seen a couple of movies when the car is crashing, they take our data and then they trace it, which car, which person went, and which person came inside, and all these kind of tricks. So Yes, the data science is playing a much roles. The another one is, say for example, when they're laying the road, right? So they would have calculated this road is for this many years, as well as this many vehicles maximum it can pass. That is the capacity of the road. So based upon the toll gate informations, the road has to make it again and produce it again and are laying it again. That is the rules in India. Okay, say for example, uh, 1 crore lorry, if it is crossed, then one toll gate to the another toll gate, you need to make a new road. So those kind of logistic areas where the data science is playing a role. Apart from the road and the toll gate, there are so many applications. For example, where I can get the goods and where I need to drop and where the congestion traffic is happening. So yeah, Google Map is another example. So another one. I mean, this is a quite interesting thing. Recently, we studied in India. That yeah, I mean, you apply Google Map and it can take you to the fastest route or based upon the timing. But the Google Map is not checking the quality of the road. It may take you small road and it will reach your place, but the road quality is not good. So that is the one thing recently we observed and we suggested for Google to do that. So we'll see what Google is doing. Yeah, thanks for asking that question.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Now I again call upon Professor Vasant Kumar to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. It's my great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. I thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Iswarlingam, for taking time off from his busy schedule to speak in our conference. It was a highly informative session, and I am sure the students have gotten much needed insight into the application of artificial intelligence in emerging industries. Thank you, sir, once again. At this time, I would like to thank our chairman and principal, Dr. Sam Abraham, for inspiring us and making this event possible. I also extend our sincere gratitude to the management, including the vice principal, Dr. Vijay Raghunathan, the provost, Professor Emmanuel Babu, and our associate provost, Dr. Ebi Thomas, for undertaking the conference. We also convey our heartfelt thanks to head of the department, conveners, consider the faculty and non-teaching staff for standing by and supporting us the endeavor. And last but not the least, we thank all our participants, including the vast diaspora, the students, research scholars, and professors for attending our conference and presenting your papers as well. Without your cooperation, this conference would not have been possible. From the Department of CS and IT, we once again thank all for your kind cooperation. Special thanks to CS and IT department students. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think I have missed to visit your place. Probably we'll see next time if the opportunity is open. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll have paper presentation section. Once again, I welcome the moderator, Professor Chiranjeevi, IIT Madras. Now I'll hand over the paper presentation section to the conference student conveners, Mr. Jobin Monsi and Mr. Ashok Singhal.
Good afternoon once again. So for the next paper presentation, we have Michael Anthony Sylvia from Mother Teresa Women's University. She'll be doing a presentation on the topic IoT weather, database early flood severity prediction and forecasting system. You can start your presentation. Ma'am, you can start your presentation. Sir, you can start your presentation. Sir, ആണോ? Sorry for the interruption. Now I call upon Ms. S. Janani and K. Kurdiga to present their paper from the Arasu College of Arts and Science for Women on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Cyber Defense. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon to all. I am Janani from Arasu College of Arts and Science for Women, and today my topic is Artificial Intelligence in Cyber Defense. Today, cyber attacks have been increased in frequency and scale for a few years, and so data security is more danger now than ever. It's no surprise that more and more companies are tuning to artificial intelligence for digital protection. But first, what is artificial intelligence? So next slide. What is artificial intelligence? Before we answer that, let's look at these terms individually. What do you understand by the term artificial? Well, it can be anything that is made by human things that are not natural. And also, what do you understand by intelligence? It is the ability to understand, think, and learn. So, when we combine these two together, artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science which aims of building machines that can think, feel, and take decisions just like humans. So, next slide. And what is tuning test? Just imagine a game with 3 players. One player, the interrogator, is isolated from the other 2 players, one of whom is human and one of whom is a computer. The interrogator's job is to try and figure out which is the human and which is the computer by asking questions from both of them to make this a harder. Computer is trying to make the interrogator guess wrongly. In other words, computer would try to be indispensable from human as much as possible. What is applications of AI? These applications are used in this Deep Blue, machine translation, autonomous agents, speech recognition, handwrite recognition, optical character recognition. Next slide will be explained, Kritika.
Let's see about cybersecurity. Before going to discuss about it, we are living in digital society. Like ordering food and cooking room. We are generating data daily. Data are stored in cloud, which cloud is a large server. Data are stored in web. So smart hackers can access and hack unseen. See about cyber threats. People. Cybersecurity is used to there are three important blocks. Types of cyber attacks. Malware. First, malware. It is a type of code. It steals the data from our device and delete the data on our device. Phishing. If we receive a link or email from third person and whether they can hack our device and access our data if we link on the link. Password attack. If a third person knows our password, then they can easily access our personal details through password attack. DDoS, distribution denial of services. Focused in network areas, one of them can have high volumes of data, can send the network and generate a traffic and send the data until the network is overloaded. Man in the middle. We have some examples of this. Now a man transfers money to another man in the middle. An intermediator suppresses the bank. So there is a chance to access our money by knowing our password and account details. Drive by download. It is used by malware and now we visit one website that automatically download the virus on our device and hack the data on our device without knowing us. Malware. By seeing ads in some social medias like Facebook and Instagram, there is a chance to spread virus. Lock software. It is also like malware. It acts like malware. How AI helps in CD? Neural nets, expert system, agents, fuzzy logic. Now let's see about expert system. Expert system is a solution. There is a solution to every problem, whether it is yes or no. We bring a solution to the problem by using the expert system in binary classification. Expert system provides portable knowledge.
Agents. An intelligent agent is an entity that makes a decision that enables artificial intelligence to be put into action. It can also be described as a software entity that conducts operating in the place of users or programs after sensing the environment. It uses archetypes to initiate action in the environment. This agent has some level of autonomy that allows it to perform specific predictable and respective tasks for users or applications. Like neural nets. A neural network is a series of algorithms that recognize underlying relationship in a set of data through a process that mimics the way the human brain operates. In this session, neural networks refer to system of neurons, either organic or artificial in nature. Neural networks are a series of algorithms that mimic the operations of your human brain to recognize relationship between vast amounts of data. They are used in a variety of applications in financial service, from forecasting and marketing research to fraud detection and risk assessment. Use of neural network for stock market price prediction varies. Applications of neural networks: image compression, stock exchange prediction, traveling salesman problem, handwriting recognition. Thank you.
Yes, Janani and Kritika. So, first question. So, what's the type of hackers?
White hat hacker. Next one is black hat hacker and
Okay.
red hat hacker.
The next question is, what is NLP? So, what is natural language process?
Sorry, sir.
It's okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, I would like to call Mr. Natarajan to start his presentation on the topic ISL SLRT, the development of Indian Sign Language Recognition and Translation Framework. You can
Yes,
start
sir.
your presentation, sir.
Audible, sir?
You can start your presentation, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Are you able to view my PPT, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to view my PPT, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. My title is ISL SLRT. It is based on Indian Sign Language. So I'm going to develop this framework based on deep learning. So this is only for Indian signers. Myself, Natarajan, this is School of Computing from Shastra Deemed University, Tanjavur. This is my presentation outline: introduction, aim, motivation, research objectives, the existing challenges, survey, then contribution to my work, then references. The sign languages are communication medium for deaf and dumb peoples. The people of deaf and dumb communicate with the help of sign languages. It's a kind of non-linguistic communication, so which are visual nature. It has its own structure and a grammar form. So they are represented with the help of gestures. So in the research, it was two types. One is sign language translation. The another part is video generation. In my work, I am combining those two approaches. In the recognition part, I'm converting the input of gesture into text. The generation part, I'm converting the spoken input into videos. In the recognition part, already the existing models are fully based on sensor-based and glove-based, vision-based. In that approach, in sensor-based, glove-based approaches, it is fully focusing on wearing some embedded devices on the human body. It senses the movements of hands, heads, mouth, everything. In the video generation part, the existing parts are fully focused on avatar-based and sensor-based approaches. So then the data sets are mostly, it's a gesture-based images, that is called isolated images, only one image for one gesture. The continuous sentences represents videos. Videos consist of continuous gestures. So here, the signer independent multi-signer is also another challenge. So single sign is performing the same sign, it was recognized. One person is doing, one person is evaluating. That is another part. Then the various data sets are available, like American Sign Language data set, for Phoenix data set for German Sign Language. Lot of data sets are available for various countries. So with respect to clear understanding, the recognition part, whenever the people are doing the gesture, it will predict the possible text. But in my work, it was predicting the entire sentences by concatenating the sequence of gestures like a video recognition. In the reverse part, that is in the second part, for the text input, I am recognizing the, I am generating the videos for the gestures using open force skeletal based method. Here, how old are you is a sentence given by input given by the user. How old you, that are glosses that are extracted from the sentences using basic machine translation methods. Those classes are identified with the poses using open pose library available in the Python. Those poses are mapped with the image gesture images. Finally, the between gestures, the frames are interpolated. Then the final video generation will be done with the help of generative adversarial networks. So the entire work is based on deep learning because of a large number of neural networks, and it handles these complex tasks with the help of deep neural layers. So the main objective of my work is recognizing and video generation from the gestures, also from the text input without using any existing graphical avatar sensor approaches. So this is very useful for the deaf mute community, also which provides communication between the normal people and deaf and mute people. Also it provides the new way to understand the sign language. Also it provides really photorealistic video quality. Also which handles multiple language in a single model. Also the multimodal gestures. The different features of the gestures it will be understand, because for the same sign thank you in a different language, different data sets, there are different way of representation is there. It has to be understood. Then we are creating the novel database for Indian Sign Language. The image what I shown previous slides, it was created by our students. So this is for recognizing the continuous Indian Sign Language using different students, like the multiple signers. So in which the work converts the spoken input into glosses, then it will generate some videos. Also, it's a cost-effective model which provides solution for deaf mute community. So the existing work, the recognition is based on manual and non-manual features extraction. Here the manual represents the hand features, hand pose, hand orientation, hand movements, and the non-manual features extraction based on eyes, gaze movements, mouth movements. The translation part, we need to handle the long sentences. That is also another challenge in which we are converting the spoken sentences into glosses without using the avatar sensor approaches. Here we need to map the signs. We need to estimate the poses. We need to understand the movements and we need to avoid the animated kind of things. In the video generation part, we need to consider the annotation. Already the models are time consuming and expensive. Then the video quality also to be noted. Mostly the existing model provides noisy and blurred videos that has to be addressed here. In the literature survey part, I compared the important works, similar works carried out by the different authors. The first author, Kolchampan et al., discussed this work using machine learning translation data sets. He achieved the BLU score 21.5. So in which the problem is the ordering the words. Also, the problem with fixed size vector. When we are giving the fixed size input, it will handle only the fixed size vector. But the user input will be different every time. The another work discussed by Suke et al. Here he follows sequence to sequence architecture, the first model for neural machine translation. But the problem is handling the longer sequences. Chikan et al. Discussed CNN-based approach. But here the problem is the quality of the translation should be improved. And Stahl et al. Discussed another work based on neural machine translation plus for using GAN dataset. So here also the feature weight is not meaningful still. Okay, the proposed method follows word embedding technique, the neural machine translation for translating the sentences into understandable word format. That will aid to height for video generation. The author Pedroste et al. Discussed using HMM for American Sign Language, but it's only focuses the hand movements. But in our work, we have to focus face reactions, mouth movements, everything. Then Kuya et al. Discussed the multi-stage CNN. So here he took 18 joints of coordination, that is the human body parts in which everything is a joint, hand joint, face, everything will be a dot. That is called a joint here. So here it will be connected through the key points. But although the key points is still lax. The CAO et al. Discussed parity affinity fields based implementation. Here also the model need to be improved, and which recognize only the human body parts. So it has to be improved. So the proposed model based on open course, which extracts every key points and understood, and which will be mapped with the real images, which provides a real video quality. Then Mangam et al. Discussed for a European Sign Language, so which uses the methodology called the VisiCast. So here the movements are not natural, like animated. The Cox et al. Discussed for a British Sign Language, but this is also a small set of phrases which handles only the limited set of vocabularies. The Cott et al. Discussed British Sign Language based synthetic signing. This is also the annotation task is high, and the alignment also problem here. The McDonald et al. Discussed for American Sign Language using inverse kinematics, but here also the blurry and the videos are still need to be improved the quality. Then another work, CEO et al. Discussed for using CNN, LSTM, HMM for the German Sign Language Phoenix dataset. Although he achieved a good accuracy, but the quality of the video need to be improved. Again, the Stahl et al. GAN-based work for the Phoenix dataset. It also the quality of video need to be improved. Then Quink et al. Work, he uses variation auto encoder, then Gaussian mixture model for Chinese Sign Language dataset. But here also the handling capability, it is not handling the continuous sentences. It handles only the isolated words. In another work, McDonald et al. Using the methodology SLPA, in which they are using 22 participants, but the model is providing robotic motion results. Yang et al. In G or gated recurrent unit work, so in which focus on video quality need to be improved. The Wen et al. Work also, so the video quality is another problem, because of handling the long sequences. The Chen et al. Work, which follows the bottom-up GAN, so they have used the metric called PNSNR and SSAM, but here the problem is with handling the semantic information. So in our work, we are going with a bidirectional work. So it's a forward approach and reverse approach. In the forward approach, we are getting the gesture through the webcam that will be processed by the classification, CNN-based classification pre-trained model called VGG19. So that will be, the text part will be processed by LSTM. So this hybrid model provides the recognized text. For this gesture, it finds good, but it handles the sentence level process. And the reverse part, we are feeding the spoken text as input. The text processing things will be applied for converting the things, and that will be added with the start and end tokens for processing in NMT. The NMT will translate and convert into the similar tokens what we are expecting. That will be mapped with gestures. The GAN, the conditional GAN generates the video for the spoken text input. Finally, the video output will be here. So in which the algorithm follows for the recognition part, it takes the input processed through classification done through VGG19. The results are predicted. The LSTM predicts the mapping sentences and matching the results. And then we are measuring the accuracies, and the loss function evaluates the loss, and also we are printing the results. The video generation part, we are taking the input from the users. The basic text processing things will be applied here. Then the NMT will process the entire sentences, then convert into glosses. That will be fed into the GAN part that will generate the video. So we are assessing the quality using FID and SSA metrics. The results are plotted here. For the first work spoken in the reverse work, the sentence input will be here. The generated videos are displayed here. So this is a diagram which analyzes the performance and the loss. So here the accuracy loss we compared with different kind of data sets, because our model handles multilingual data sets. So mainly for RWH for German Sign Language, IATA, Robotia for Indian Sign Language of different kinds. So the ISL CSLRT that we have created from Sastra University, the ASL for American Sign Language, PSL for Polish Sign Language. In RWTH we are having Boston version, then Phoenix version. Then the classification accuracy is compared with the other models. The data sets are ISL, Phoenix, American Sign Language. And the performance analysis with respect to the classification and recognition. So our model nearly achieved 100% in the part of recognition. Also, we compared our model with the different networks based on CNN, plus LSTM that we are using. Then CNN, that we have improved it. The basic model is CNN plus LSTM, then CNN plus GRU, then VGG based models, then HMM based models. Training and validation accuracy. So we achieve almost 100% results. In the last function, it comes to 0 based on the epochs improved. This is a comparison chart for GAN models. Performance of GAN. So we are using LSTM plus GAN in our model for providing the good alignment without having any problem in the video sequence generation. So these are my references. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Thank you, Natarajan sir. Work is sir. Results with it.
Sir.
Is the
Hello, sir.
100% accuracy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Results.
For recognition.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir.
In some
Thank
cases,
you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Some cases, sir. Yeah.
It was a recognition only 98%, but we are improving it. Mostly we achieve 100% results for recognition. In some cases, different people are doing means it will take recognition. Some people are doing in a one people do the gesture in some way, other people will do in a different way. So recognizing both things, it takes some lacks in understanding.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. That's a nice presentation. Nice one. And comparing different algorithms, the results also very nice, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's very helpful for us.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I invite Mr. A.R. Karthikeyan to present his paper on machine learning based predictive analysis on YouTube trending videos from Kongu Arts and Science College. Sir, you can present your paper. Mr. A.R. Karthikeyan.
Sir, can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. You can start presenting, sir.
Sir, if you don't mind, can I share the PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're sharing a PPT, sir. You can start speaking,
Sure.
sir.
Thank you. Good evening to all. Myself, Lieutenant Karthikeyan, Professor, the Department of Computer Science, Kongu Arts and Science College. My topic is machine learning based predictive analysis to trending video. So first of all, abstract. This is nothing. The social media is quickly gaining the popularities for. It is very easy to use the sharing the pictures, images, whatever it may be. Especially for the non-technical users. Nowadays, we are using now not only non-technical users, it's also using the technical users also. So this main purpose is finding the popularities in the social media. For example, this is a trending video, this is a non-trending video like this. This is particularly on the YouTube. is challenging due to the issue with the current emotion dictionaries. So you compare with the existing dictionaries, there's some lacking or there. So the information's consistency lacking, or video pausing lacking, so some lacking or there. So we are using some patterns having the identified for this users commands. We take this commands. This commands is classified into two types. For examples, this is good video, or positive commands. I'm not interested this video. This is a negative command. Some users gave neutral commands. So we may using the natural languages processing. So that is nothing but the analyzing the YouTube commands related to hot topics. So machines universe sentences are replaced by the numerical sequences that are the devices that displays with the characters or images or videos. These SVM techniques, this is support vector machine techniques as one of the classifications in data mining. So maybe use it to categories negative. Already I gave the 3 type of commands are there. So finding shows that the recommended methods increase the machine's overall the performance. So finally we'll get the results after the classifications, the regressions results. Then we can give the results, which video is the better one. So next one is the 5 to 6 keywords are there. The first one is social media. Social media is nothing as computer-based technologies. Next one is natural languages processing. This is computer technologies. That computer technologies may analyzing the YouTube comments. Okay. Next one is sentiment evaluations. That processing is detecting the positive or negative sentiment text only. So the users can give the feedback through that text message only, so, not like videos. So machine studying branches of AI, this artificial, one of the artificial intelligence, we have to implement this for the popularity predictions. So the predictions is an item of futures. So that should be some classifications. So first I do the introduction about my topic. There is emotional evaluations is the systematic recognitions, extractions, quantifications, and the observations of perceptual state. Using the natural languages, there's a refined the text and the computational fundamentals and the biometric. We can text the we can type the text or speech recognitions or here. This sentimental analysis is the most commonly carried out the voice for the consumer objectives such as critiques. So YouTube has 30 million users each day, and the over the 5 billion every day. So YouTube has now become a significant marketing tool. Not only the corporations, education, and trending videos, Shinifield, or all. So in this video, YouTube has good collections of old knowledges points as well as the read counts, like say votes and commands, and giving some response through text messages and GF, it's called as animations, like that. So the film trailers houses and the people offer their first reactions and reviews to the trailers. Okay, so my topic, in this topic, the user posted their thoughts on the social media site. So this is one of the unstructured recordings. Okay, suppose we want to retrieve the data, it's very some problem are there. So it's not possible to get all that type of data. So here, the unstructured data in the transformed into the predefined shape, then the capabilities or extract from the predefined evaluations. Already we posted the trending videos. How many users viewed this video? We can take the that type of count. So not only this count, we should take these feedback also. So that's why we have to classify the method used on the extract capabilities to categorize them into their sentimental polarity. For that polarity divided into 2, excellent or not good, like that. So that sentimental analysis is the method of determining the person's feeling on the number of subjects on the text under the review by one of the classifications of data mining, the SVM. Okay, so we should take the data sets, we take 70,000 videos, check the similarity between those videos. So trending and non-trending videos. We have to analyze these data to get the prescriptions of the trending video. Okay, similarity has to match. So yeah, I'm also putting on a comment. Yes, nice, very good, super, like this. So the two consumers are good or similar in the some respects. It is fair to expect them to be similar in the other as well. This may be used to locate the consumers of focused marketing efforts. It's a gaining purpose, that's why focusing the marketing efforts. So, or to managing the company's images via the targeted internet advertisements in middle the what is called as the trending videos. Is money oriented on. So what are the classification? How we can classify this one? It has been proven the useful of a variety of fields. Educational videos, political videos, and academic videos, business-related videos, or the cinefield videos, or that, etc. This previous research attempt to categories of emotions into the two type of categories. Results are there. One is positive, another one is negative. So neural results is not impact that much of effect. It proved the inefficient for decision making. So the decision making refers to the solutions for enhancing the person's favorable view, the domain, they understand the discussions. So we have to give some results. For example, I'm watching one video. So the same video watching the thousand people in the same time. Okay, I'll give the reactions. The video is good, voice is good, and presentation is so beautiful. So like this, so 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 comments are same like this. So video is not good, audio is good. So in like manners, feedback to to take the necessary actions. There are the many instances in the various domains names such as Bollywood, Hollywood, healthcare, all business related ones. Okay, that how we can the next classify the number of tweets for the docket event exists of thousands. Okay, it's good video. It seems difficult to determine precise reasons for sentimental changes. So suggested the painting use of the SVM methods we have to classify the input which we have received from the main framework. Okay, so the vector area is referred as the participations. Okay, what are how many participations are there, and find or the negative as an input or output. Okay, that SVM is endeavor to simplify the process of total input or output mapping. This is a SVM. After SVM classifications, we are getting some output nicely or beautiful or amazing words are there. So we have to follow the 6 steps over there. I already given the 6 steps of pre-processing tweets and getting the future steps vector list and extract the futures and combine the pre-processing and training the steps 4 and finding the unanimous word similar the future of vectors. Okay, so what we are discussing and what I viewed this, so we can determining the optimum movement for the trending video to the uploading and the publish it. So you type the trending videos in the YouTube, in Google, you will get the first result in YouTube videos. Okay, as the result using the algorithm like regressions, I will give the examples to you now. Sorry, now it's not available. Okay, you can display the trending videos. Okay, that's a result using the algorithm like forecasting videos. If a video uploaded in the particular time of windows, I'll have given the time, which time is the better time to upload the videos and viewing the videos, which time the viewers viewing the video in high channels or like this 2 to 4 p.m. and Monday to Tuesday. I give the some data to you for your reference. We can conclude that optimum time to post videos on the weekend. So Saturday and Sunday in between the 9 to 11 a.m. is a better one. So this is the optimum time to upload the videos. That only you will get the maximum viewers. You will get. Okay. And Thursday and Friday are the greatest day of the week for posting the videos. YouTube after the viewers getting back. The majority of YouTube visitors are either the children or adults. Okay, nowadays pandemic situations, every children's having the mobile. Okay, seeing the videos. So the viewerships rise on the Thursday, fall on Saturday, and thus circles the gaining on Sunday afternoon. Okay, the ideal time posted YouTube weekends between this ideal time 2 to 4 the evening. Okay, that's one. That is the best time because all maximum cricket matches are will running that time. So YouTube traffic is strong in the evening between 9 to 10. So very that high traffic in that places is 7 to 10. You should upload the videos between 10 and 11 a.m. So in morning sessions, that should be better. So I gave the some graph to you, which time and better. For example, the 16th and 17th. So maximum number of videos published per hours. Okay. So I gave them some correlations, values between this +1 to -1. Values, so indicating the very negative connections and 0 indications, no correlations. There is no correlations, there is no command. So views, likes, the stronger positively linked with the correlations values. 0.8 is likes and comments 0.8 and dislike is 0.7 views and dislikes. The views of and comments and likes and dislikes. Okay, because it's more than 0.5, no, that's why we are getting the positive connections. So you don't worry about that dislike video percentage is 0.7, liking percentage is 0.85, it doesn't matter. Some results is acquired from the monitoring comments, such as the rating shows that 2% of trending video prohibited people from the responding. So somebody's are hiding the profiles, somebody's are hiding the videos, to not permit to view all the viewers. So only 169 of the 40,949 popular views. So and prohibited viewers from the commenting. So both comments and rating that disable the videos. Okay. So finally, conclusions is priority of classifications. We have to detecting user comments and on the YouTube task the data and academics. Yeah, great deal of work is done in this respective of their still along the way to go the overcome the popular problems. So what problem you are going to face? That problem is main. So in the studies, YouTube gadget predicts the popularity for consumers who anticipate the popularity of videos amongst various event, academic or non-academic, whatever it may be. Okay, that the based on text evaluated, that only text evaluation are there, not GIF evaluations, not others. Okay, the benefits of using the so it's helped the estimate based on the input from the individual. So terms of sentimental analysis is suggested the SVM. So it's a processing with the precision, the real-time settings. Okay, thank you so much for your great opportunities to presentation.
Thank you, Professor Karthikeyan. You are suggesting us to move recommender system, right? Recommender system using YouTube. Not only movies and all, YouTube recommendation system using some algorithms like SVM. Okay, that is great work. And sir, in this sentiment analysis also we are going to include, right? And data mining text analysis like based on the
Sorry, sir. Voice breaking, sir. Hello. Sorry, sir. I'm unable to hear your voice, please.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now? Hello. Am I
Sir?
audible now? Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, now it's okay, sir.
Yes, yes. So, okay, based on the text analysis, how the users are going to, based on their past history, you are going to recommend the videos in YouTube, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you are using sentiment analysis and as well as text analysis. Everything
gave,
is included in. Yes, sir. Tell me, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
I gave.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is a nice presentation on recommended system. Thank you so much for. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call Sindhu to present paper on the topic, predict the disease severity and outcome in COVID-19 patients using enhanced KNN-based smart machine learning algorithm. You can start presenting your.
Good evening to all. It's audible, sir?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes,
you
you
can
are
start
audible.
presenting your screen, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening to all. This is Sindhu, PG Scholar of Computer Science and PG and Research Department of Computer Science, Government Arts College, Karur. So today my topic is predict the disease severity and outcome in COVID-19. Patients using enhanced KNN-based smart machine learning algorithm. So here I'm using a KNN algorithm based on the machine learning. Okay. First of all, I will explain what is machine learning. So machine learning, it is a type of artificial intelligence. Yes. So that allows software applications to become a more accurate and to predict outcome without being explicitly programmed to do so. And machine learning algorithm is one of the historical data. So first, we'll collect some data and it will analyze some results. So my abstract. So I'm taking a COVID-19 as a recognized starting from the end of 2019. It is a severe respiratory disease caused by a new type of coronavirus. So SARS-CoV has been spreading all over the world. And patients infected with the SARS-CoV so may have no pathogenic symptoms. For example, so patients are symptoms or non-symptoms. So pre-symptomatic patients and also symptomatic patients. So two different kinds of patients are available. So both patients could further spread a virus to other susceptible people. So thereby making the control of COVID-19 difficult. And therefore, new biomarkers at different omics levels are required for the large-scale screening and diagnosis of COVID-19. And in this research work, the data were analyzed using the three classification. We are using a three classification, namely called an LR and ORF and XGP, like logistic regression and random forest and extreme gradient boosting. So these three classifications are using. Here, I'm using a classification and regression methods. So these kinds of methods are used. Next. So I'm using a KNN. I'm using a keywords KNN. So KNN means K nearest neighbors algorithm. I'm using this algorithm in machine learning. So it is a classification and progression also. So it is a need to search a nearest point. In this logic, using need to search nearest points only. So then only I'm taking this algorithm and use here we can use the two methods. So I will split two methods. One is symptom patients and another one is non-symptoms patients. So I will split out the two methods. Okay. So next. So COVID-19 presents an urgent global challenge because of its contiguous nature, frequently changing characters, and the lack of vaccines or effective medicines in yearly. So a model of measuring and preventing the continued spread of COVID-19 urgently required to provide smart healthcare services. So this requires using advanced intelligent computing such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, like a deep learning, cognitive computing, and cloud computing, like that. So I'm already told machine learning using allows software application to become more accurate to predictive the outcome. So machine learning algorithm for time series forecasting or statics and computer science where calculations are derived from the data. So first we collect the data. So I'm using data set also. So collection of data and use the process. So machine learning can assist in establishing overarching and information on the pandemic and in forecasting and advancement in infections. So I'm using data set. So first of all, data set means it's a collection of data. So for example, collection of data means any hospitals and so many hospitals. So first to collect the all patients details. That detail describe the which patients are symptoms and which patients are non-symptomatic. That like that we collect the data. So in the case of Tableau data set corresponds one or more database tables. So where every column of data represents a particular variable and each row corresponds to given the record of data set versions. So I'm using one methodology. The following section cover the data set description and the methodology used. Due to the class imbalance in the data set, the enhanced KNN symptomatic minority oversampling technique. So next. So data set description. First, there are two, here I'm using data set description before I will explain. So this requires using advanced intelligent computing sets. So I'm already told artificial intelligence, machine learning, like that. So here using two methods, for example, symptomatic and asymptomatic. So two types of patients. In the early stage, we can use the clustered and the pre-symptomatic patients. So the methodology, the following section covers the data set descriptions and the methodology used. And so here I'm using the three methods. So one is a bow-to feature and filtering, and incremental feature section, and extreme gradient boosting. So data set description used a survey and a decased respectively. So here I'm using the field body temperature 1. In the table indicates the first body temperature taken at the time of the patient admission to the hospital. So this is the first field. And another one, body temperature 2, indicates the last body temperature reading taken before the patient discharge. So both of the check them. So similarly, SOP indicates shortness of breath. So this is also important. And next one. So pre-processing. So what is pre-processing? Pre-processing is one of the key steps in data analysis and prediction. So several pre-processing techniques were applied on the data set. So first collection of data and after using the data set method. So the data set contains data of all patients admitted in the hospital. When the patients admitted in the hospital, after we will check the symptoms, and after it will detail about the data set. So some symptoms are vital and since occurred with a very low frequency and were therefore removed from the data set. So all symptoms with occurrence at 50%, only 50% or above were selected to be added to the feature sets, while the symptoms with occurrence in the range from 2% to 49%, because we are using a 50 below 50%. So cumulated as one feature that was assigned to Unicode code. So the first three vital signs, fever and cough and shortness. So this is the symptoms. So this is symptom for SOB. Okay. So where define a symptoms feature while the remaining feature were incorporated a new attributes. So next. So prediction models, these are all the prediction models. So I'm using a logistical regression. I'm already told regression methods, and also I'm using I'm using a classification and progression methods. So random forest and extreme gradient boosting. So these are all the prediction model I'm using. So next, enhanced key nearest neighbor methodology. So this is the algorithm, key nearest neighbor methodology. This is the algorithm for machine learning. The proposed research work concentrates on the drawbacks of the existing system to overcome the issue generated by the decision tree and random forest to diagnose breast cancer. So to increase the accuracy and reduce the execution time, and enhanced KNN is proposed in this research. So in this algorithm will help to the easily find out the symptoms patients. So first of all, we'll collect the data records. So collect the all information about the patient, and after the using the data records. So using the data records, so here I'm using a K nearest neighbor algorithm. So it is a classified the patients. So to the reason to choose the KNN algorithm is KNN is a robust to noisy data, and it's effective in case of a large number of examples, and which takes lesser execution time when comparing with the decision tree and random forest. So next, evaluation. So evaluation using the performance of the model. So the performance of the model was evaluated using the standard evaluation measures such as accuracy and precision and sensitivity and specificity and F scores and respectively. So like that, an area under curve and receiver operating characteristic were also used for comparing the classifiers. So it is one of the widely used tests for exploring the trade-off between true positive and false positive. So we are taking one algorithm. So TP, I mean it's a true positive, and also FP, like a false positive. So for the diagnostic test. So accuracy. So accuracy means it will be defined in terms of correctly. So accuracy is defined in the terms of correctly classified instance divided by the total number of instances present in the data set. So which is the present one, so data set will be collect and accurate result will be provided. So accuracy equal to TP, like TP means true positive and TN means true negative. Okay, next like a TP true positive and false positive. So here I'm using positive and negative using true and false methods. So TP rate, I'm using TP rates. It's a ability which is used to find the high true positive rate. The true positive rate is also called the sensitivity. And another one next. And another one, precision and recall F measure. These are all the measurements. And first, precision is given correctness of number of models correctly classified to the number of entire models classified called true. So precision equal to TP, so like a true positive divided by true positive plus and a false positive. So here recall is also using the false negatives. So measurements, F measurements in the combination of the both precision and precision and the recall, both methods used, which is used to compute the score. So next. So the results, experimental setup and results, data imbalance. So data imbalance is one of the challenges as data analytical, and usually leads to model overfitting. So the data set is the study also suffer from the data imbalance as presented in figure 1. So the number of records for the survey category is 243 and for death category is 44. And I'm using an enhanced K nearest neighbor based symptomatic minority oversampling technique was used to alleviate the data imbalance. So I'm using a figure 2 performance comparison of classifying using all features using original and data. So next one, corrections to top to 20 features in the data set. So next, conclusion. So numerous efforts have been achieved to battle this pandemic. In this research, we designed to explore the impact of vital sense, chronic disease, and primarily clinical. So data and demographic features to predict and mortality and survival of the COVID-19 patients using supervised machine learning algorithms. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sindhu. But you are trying to collect the data from hospitals. That is a very big headache. So initially, you can take the data from either machine learning repository or Kaggle and try to analyze the data with the different algorithms that are available for deep learning, that is CNN and all. Okay, analyze that, and I hope you will go. And I think you are already clear with have explored all similarity measures like F-score and all. Okay, all the best for your future. I think your research is which year you are in? Sindhu, am I audible? Am I audible, guys? Yes. Okay. So all the best, Sindhu. I hope you will learn much about the data based on the data set features. Explore more and learn more things. Thank you for the presentation.
Next, I call upon Ms. Michael Anthony Sylvia from Mother Teresa Women's University for presenting her paper on IoT weather data-based early flood severity prediction and forecasting system. You can start your presentation, ma'am.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am. You can start, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. This is Michael Anthony Sylvia, and my co-author is Dr. M. Pushparani. I'm here to present my paper entitled IoT Weather Data-Based Early Flood Severity Prediction and Forecasting System. The topics that I'm going to discuss is introduction, literature review, proposed methodology, experimental analysis and results, conclusion, and references. In the introduction, we see that every year frequency of rainfall and flood gradually grows due to global warming. And it is analyzed that between the months of June to September, floods occur in India due to heavy rainfall. Since 2005, India has faced a traumatic situation of losing 1,600 persons and rupees 47 crore financially due to floods every year. Therefore, it is a need to develop the weather monitoring systems to predict flood. The conventional methods that are being developed are operated with physical monitoring, in which the delay in communication can cause adverse effects. So the main aim of this research is to meticulously predict and forecast floods in advance. Due to technological innovations, all the weather monitoring and forecasting systems are being digitalized, and IoT is one of the popularized technology in the current scenario. So the proposed research uses IoT-based artificial neural network, and feed-forward artificial neural network is used to forecast the floods. The experimental analysis that I have done confirms the excellency of the method's performance. And these are few literature studies that I have done. And this is the architecture of the proposed method, which consists of 4 stages, that is data monitoring, data pre-processing, flood prediction, and flood forecasting. First, we'll see about data monitoring. Data monitoring is done by 3 different IoT sensors, that is DHT11 sensor for monitoring temperature and humidity weather parameters. Anemometer is used for monitoring wind speed and wind flow, and rain sensor is used to monitor the amount of rain. The data that are collected is then processed by a microcontroller using Arduino, and then the monitor data is being transmitted to a centralized AI-based cloud storage by means of Wi-Fi. Next is data pre-processing. Data pre-processing is necessary because weather data sets contain different kinds of noise due to sensor failures, power outages, and network failures. So data cannot be used in its raw form, for it can impact the accuracy of prediction and training efficiency. And therefore, these two approaches are being used to optimize the data. Data is being filtered mainly to reduce the computational load in order to increase the prediction accuracy. Data normalization is nothing but the term normalization refers to rationalizing the data to a common data type. This is the basic artificial neural network structure, where the inputs are being collected, processed, and finally the predicted result is output. So all the input neurons are multiplied by connection weight. The multiplied value is added to bias. The obtained result is then sent to hidden layer using an activation function. The activation function that is used in this research is sigmoid activation function. Finally, the expected output is resulted. In the proposed feed-forward artificial neural network, we have used 7 inputs, 25 hidden layers, and 3 output neurons. The input parameters that are being used here is minimum temperature, minimum humidity, maximum humidity, wind speed, wind flow, and gain. And all these input parameters are being collected using IoT sensors. The weather dataset is divided into 2 subsets for training and testing. Training is done with random normalization, where weights will be adjusted in each iteration. Testing is done by providing the data as input to produce the predicted output based on the input. The predicted output is categorized into 3, which is high probability of flood, less probability of flood, and no flood. And next is the flood forecasting stage, where the flood severity level is being sent to registered users and general public. To the registered users, it is being sent via text message, and to the general public, it is sent via weather forecasting website 2 days in advance. Additionally, it is also being shared with the social welfare department, drainage and irrigation department, and meteorological station for additional preventive measures to be taken. In the experimental analysis, the forecasting system is trained using strongly correlated meteorological features of the weather dataset obtained from Chennai region. The system's training efficiency is being proved by the most significant evaluation parameters like mean absolute error, mean square error, and the root mean square error. This research is also being compared with the traditional methods, and these are the compared training efficiency results where the proposed method shows less error value than the existing approaches. Thus, the training efficiency is being proved, and comparatively, the computational speed is also being calculated and analyzed, and it shows the performance efficiency. Finally, to conclude with, flood prediction and forecasting system is accomplished by using IoT-based feed-forward artificial neural network, and the proposed method was trained and evolved using meteorological data collected from the Chennai region. The experimental results indicate that the proposed system outperforms the existing system. And these are my few references. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, the work that is you are selected, the IoT based, what are the things you are going to do in the future? Like IoT, more things are based on the IoT device. So, what are the tasks that we are doing that is excellent, ma'am. Yeah, I think everyone will try to do using IoT device like some devices, small devices, and all the things. To make automate the things, it will be better to use the automated IoT devices and all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Nice presentation, and it is a very informative.
Thank you, sir.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. At last, I would like to call Jeevita, Saumya, Kartika to present paper on the topic autonomous vehicle. You can start your presentation, ma'am. I would like to call Jeevita, Saumya, and Kartika to present paper.
Hi everyone, I am Jeevita from Arasu College of Arts and Science, Women, Karur. Along with my friends Kartika and Soumya, our topic is autonomous vehicle. So next slide. Content. So next slide, sir. Introduction. Self-driving bus also refers to as autonomous bus or car which are capable of driving with little to no human input. A fully self-driving bus would be able to drive from Trichy to Chennai all on its own while to sit back, relax and enjoy the smooth ride. So next slide, sir. Self-driving bus. Self-driving bus have been receiving transfer autonomous as of late a large part of due to technological boom, artificial intelligence. Self-driving vehicle is serious to previously surrounding such a radar, GPS, autonomous intelligent measurement is units. So next slide, sir. Work principle. Simply, AI have given us ability to automate a lot of manual work and would previously have taken some from human knowledge for skill. In the case of self-driving bus, AI can help with being brain of the bus, doing things automatically dedicate people or bus around vehicles.
I continue with my friend Jeevita. Speed limit 30 to 40 in traffic, 40 to 50 in busy areas, 50 to 80 in highways. So next slide. Traffic rules. Self-driving bus follows all traffic rules like red signal, stop the bus, yellow signal, ready to go, green signal, let's go. So next slide. The autonomous vehicles, petrol is less than 20. Automatically, the bus goes to petrol tank. Payment, online payment with place details, instant payment with place details. Next, sir. Stages of self-driving. The self-driving bus of today use a combination of various cutting-edge hardware and software technologies to perform the driving. A typical self-driving system will go through 3 stages to perform its driving. The stages are sensing, understanding, and control. In the sensing stage, cameras and various sensors are used to see any objects that are around the bus, such as other cars, bus, humans, bicycle, and animals. For example, we might have one computer vision system that processes the video coming from the cameras around the bus to detect all of the other bus on the road around it. Such a system would ideally be able to detect where the bus are, how big they are, and how fast and which way they are moving. In reality, this system are designed to map out the entire environment around the bus. All of this information will be fed into the control stage of the self-driving. So next slide. Sensor. When we humans are driving, we use our eyes to see what's around us. A self-driving bus also needs eyes to see. The eyes of the self-driving bus are its various sensors. Most self-driving buses are using one or some combination of 3 different sensors: cameras, radar, lidar.
I continue with my friend Kartika. Camera. Cameras are the most similar to our own eyesights. They are capture continue pictures, example video through their lens just like we do. And just like our own eyesights, it helps a lot with driving in a bus. Camera Can you capture high quality videos? Self-driving bus will have camera placed on every side, front, back, left and right, and move to be able to see everything around the full 360 degrees. Sometimes a mix of different types of cameras will be used. Someone wide angle to have a widely field of view and some narrow but highly resourced to see further. The advantages of using cameras in that they are the most natural visual representations of the world. A bus is seen exact with a human drive would see, and more since it is an internal computer can look through all of the cameras at once. Radar. Radar has been traditionally used to detect moving objects like aircraft and weather formations. If worked by transmitted radio waves in bursts or pulses. Once through wave hit an object, they bounce right back to the sensor, give data on the speed and locate of the object. In self-driving bus, radar is used to detect the speed and distance of various objects around the bus. It is a perfect complete to the camera, which can see what the objects are not precious when they are. And just like the camera, the radar will be used in 360 degree around the bus. So next slide. LIDAR. LIDAR stands for light detection and rangings. It works by sending out beam of light and then calculate how long it takes for the light to hit an object and reflect back to the LIDAR scanner. The distance to the object can be calculated using the speed of limit. They are known as light of flight measured. LIDAR sensors are typically placed on the top of the car. Fire thousands of lights beam per second. Based on the collected data, 3D represented called a point cloud can be created to represent the environment around the car. So next slide. And this is the autonomous vehicle bus moving. So next slide. Conclusions. The transitions for self-driving car with very levels of autonomy to full autonomous vehicles is yet to be made. However, modern AI technology and machine learning developments are making rapid leaps forward in the directions and that what driving industry forward. Tops automotive brands such as General Motors, Ford and Tesla are in the final stages of testing their driverless vehicles, which means we are the verge of seeing a revolution change in the way you to commute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kartika, Jeevita, and your team. Okay, you select a nice topic, but is it possible to implement this self-driving cars in India?
Yes, sir.
It's highly impossible because can you tell me the small difference? If cameras can see different types of vehicles, but in foreign, if you can see America-like countries, there is no three-wheelers like autos, rickshaws. So that it will confuse. So first we need to analyze the objects. Okay, based on the data, we have to collect the augmentation. All these things will implement. But your topic is nice. Okay, before going to that, just try to implement all these things with by augmenting different kinds of data with the COCO data set. Okay, there is a large number of images. So you train and test this space. Then whatever you are planning in the future, you can implement like what are the route you are planning on Indian roads. Okay, you can soon develop these things. Okay, nice research. Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all the participants who presented the paper. And I especially like to thank Professor Chiranjeevi for being the moderator of this section. Now I would like to call upon Professor Pandiraj Perumal, the convener of the conference, to deliver the valedictory speech.
Good evening to one and all present here. Before I give the valedictory address, I must thank to our beloved chairman for giving me conduct this event to success. And I thank other management vice principal and provost, associate provost, and HOD in charge, and our colleagues, and my respected students. Thanks to all. The report for the Valtteri function. The international conference we organized on the new challenge and opportunities in augmented intelligence and IoT, organized by Department of Computer Science and Information Technology from Kodaikanal Christian College, Kodaikanal. The event came to an end in this evening of 23rd September 2021. So altogether, 920 delegates from 15 countries participated in this mega event. Today conference, we received 25 technical papers from 25 different themes. We allow only the 10 paper to presented in this conference. And there were two keynote speakers and different poster presentations. The function was presided over by our chairman, Dr. Sam Abraham, chairman and principal, Kodaikanal Christian College. The chief guest, Mr. Michael, executive director, Verizon, New York ESA, expressed his concern on the use of current technical is in augmented intelligence and expressed how the technology, a lot of the problems we are facing due to the COVID and other pandemic situations, how we can know the changing from that level to that success level, and how we can go forward the technology and how we are achieving the technology. So he given a very keen explain about the augmented intelligence, how ruled in artificial intelligence in a human life and the society. Another guest speaker, Mr. Ishwar Lingam, IT, ERP, SAP Global Delivery Manager, Merck Groups, Bangalore. He expressed and concern about artificial intelligence. He given a very fundamental how we can learn and how to approach to the projects. The way he go, it's a very interesting, and I am very happy to that his expression. And he given the basic fundamentals of the data science, how rolled in our society and the human life, how it is important for the computer science and in IT industry. Once again, I thank to all and to succeed this event. Thank you. Bye.
At last. Thank you everyone for your valuable time that you spent with us for gaining and sharing knowledge. Now we have come to the end of this conference.
Now I request everyone to stand in their places for the national anthem. The feedback link will be shared in the chat box. Please do fill it. Thank you.
Now, at last, before you leave this hall, we want all the participants who participated in this conference to participate in tomorrow's conference, which is held by the BSW and BA EMG departments. The conference titled as International Conference on Human Rights Fundamentals on the Indian Perspective. Thank you for joining us and have a nice day ahead.